Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland. Normally I wait for Gaius to stop, but looking at what we got here, we're gonna need some Gaius levity to start us off with. Oh boy, looking at this screen with oddly unfitting music. Also, hey Roman, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How's it going tonight? I, for once, actually have a Mountain Dew. It's actually Mountain Dew Spark. Raspberry lemonade. It's pretty tasty. Pretty tasty. So yeah, we have what I'm assuming is the autopsy of the death that happened last time. I know we had stopped right as the scene transitioned, but I guess I didn't really connect and click that this is the scene we transitioned to. So we might be starting strong tonight. Shinjo grimaced. The smell of death was enough to make him nauseous. Tomoaki Watabe's body had been taken to the university hospital and put on an autopsy table less than 2 hours after his death. Normally, an autopsy would never be held this quickly. That's what the music reminds me of. The music makes me think of Terraria. The background music is very Terraria. It's insane. I kept being like, what does it remind me of? What does it remind me of? Because I can hear it the whole time, even when the music's going. Like the bed music, I can hear the game. It's just Terraria. Normally, an autopsy would never be held this quickly. Also, hey Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Yeah, I've got a Mountain View. What you gonna do about it? There was paperwork that needed to be filled out, and the family needed to agree. But Watabe's death was so bizarre that a cause of death needed to be found as soon as possible. Oh, well, there you go. I guess it just slaps the soda out of my hand. Shinjo had taken a hard line with his superiors and used rather forceful methods to get the family's permission to perform a lightning-fast autopsy. The police force as a whole seemed determined to avoid a repeat of the failures 6 years ago. I mean, it was kind of the police force's fault, a member of the police force's fault, half, 50%. What was truly unexpected was Kunosato's statement that she would attend the autopsy as well. Since he couldn't let a civilian, especially a high school girl, attend an autopsy unsupervised, he'd been forced to go with her. The hospital's autopsy room was kept clean and very different from the musty atmosphere you often saw in foreign movies. But to Shinjo, the invisible smell of death was still thick in the air. I mean, it is an autopsy room. This is unavoidable, I'd argue. It was nothing like seeing a body at a crime scene. It was almost physically uncomfortable. But Mio Kunosato, as near as he could tell, didn't seem bothered at all. Shinjo and Kunosato were watching the autopsy from the waiting room next door. The wall had glass to allow them to see into the room. The external and internal examinations had been completed, and now they were opening up the stomach and examining it. Did you expect this to happen? Expect? Why did you say you were going to see Watabe's interview today? Not only that, you ordered Hine Arimura to make contact with Watabe yesterday. Don't tell me you're actually the one behind all this, okay? If I could do it, maybe I would. Wow. If I was capable of killing a bunch of people in creative ways, I would have just done it. Shinjo couldn't tell if she was serious or not. Has she ever been serious? He'd spent the last several days with her, but he still had no idea what she was thinking. I had thought that Watabe might be killed. I told Arimura to make contact with him so that I could be sure. Yeah, she could absolutely be orchestrating some things, and it wouldn't surprise me. But I suppose you could make the argument of, like, why then work with the police force by request? But at the same time, like, that would be a sick thing to do, to be like, let's throw them off my trail, or let's see if even with my help they can catch me. Alright, no, stupid, you know, the usual. But I certainly didn't expect it to be killed today. I mean, I don't know. See, that line is suspicious. Like, I get that they could, maybe it's a translation thing. Maybe, like, wouldn't expect him to be killed so soon or something, or like... But the actual day, she had to have expected a murder. Like, it's the 10th in-game. It's 6 years after the date. Like, she absolutely must have expected a murder that day. I don't know. Yeah, that's also kind of suspicious, for sure. There's something else going on, and it's probably super good. What would you learn when Hanai Arimura made contact with Watabe? She didn't answer him, even though he was sharing police information with her. Would it really kill her to be a little more cooperative? Don't you think Watabe's gotten a few too many scoops for a reporter his age? Yeah, why? Just as he spoke, he could hear a muffled moan from a corner. What the? There were microphones in the autopsy room that would let them hear anything said there. What's wrong? You know what's wrong. You know what he's stuffed full of. What's wrong, he says. Maybe there'll be something else, but I feel like... Man died by being stuffed too full of sumo stickers. When they perform an autopsy, they might find some sumo stickers. I can't believe this. What's going on? Shinsho pounded on the glass and motioned for the coroner to explain. The coroner nodded and moved the body so that they could see it better, then held up a pair of tweezers. He plunged the tweezers into Watabe's open abdomen. From where Shinjo and Kunosato were sitting, they couldn't see inside. The tweezers seemed to grab something. Look at this. That was all he said as he lifted up the tweezers. Between them was... I mean, a sumo sticker in excellent condition. I mean, is that... I guess it's surprising for the coroners, but like... This was found in the stomach. Yeah, no, that... If you only found... The only surprising thing is if they only found one. It shouldn't look like that. It wasn't twisted or broken. Okay, well that's fair. That's fair. The sticker was almost entirely intact. That's not all. This is insane. Yeah, well the third eye's always there, I think. Suddenly, Kunosato opened the door leading into the autopsy room. Hey, you can't just... Can't, schmant. You couldn't go in there without changing your clothes or disinfecting yourself. He tried to tell her that, but gave up. It was more important to find out what the coroner had seen. Really? Is it? He could... Alright. Breaking protocols just so that she can find out sooner instead of literally what he was about to say, that seems fine. Nah. So he followed her in, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. I thought they always had three eyes. I thought it was always like they overlapped on that eye. Maybe I'm mistaken though. The coroner said nothing. He just stood silently, holding his tweezers. Even Kunosato was shocked by what she saw in the body. So was Shinjo. Oh, I was like, is he taking a sip of something? He's holding something over his mouth. This is... He covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Yeah, there it is. It was just too bizarre. Watabe's stomach was so swollen it seemed about to burst. And inside the stomach he could see... not just dozens, but hundreds of sumo stickers. We haven't confirmed yet, but the esophagus shows similar signs of swelling. It's likely that it's filled with the stickers as well. Maybe I'm misremembering then. We'll see. Next one they show, we'll take a look. Like, next one they show that's not pulled from inside this man. What's the most likely cause of death? Sumo stickers. He just looks at them like kids these days. Probably suffocation from stickers. So this is what you're telling me, right? Watabe swallowed sticker after sticker after sticker until he choked to death? Well, I mean, at least some of them came back up to say hello later. No one, not Shinjo or the coroner, said a word. By the time Kazuki and I got back from the police, the school looked completely different. The bustling school building was now almost completely empty. All the police tape was gone except for the gym, where the death had occurred. They must have finished their examination of the area. From the look of things, if I went back to the club room, I probably wouldn't find anyone, but for now... Yeah, a smidgen of a damper on the festival. Huh? Oh, Taku, Hana, welcome back. Hey, you're back faster than I expected. Serika and Ito were there. Where's Arimura? She went straight home after we left the station. Were you guys waiting for us? Why would I want to wait for a guy? I've been waiting for Kazuki. Kazuki gave Ito a little bow. Hana, don't let him trick you. Shin's just being slow about cleaning up. Hey, don't tell her that. Well, that's what I'd figured, but I felt a lot better. I could still see that awful corpse when I closed my eyes. Yeah, this is 2 in a row that he's witnessed. That's not good for a high school student. Since I hadn't eaten anything since this morning, there was nothing to go up my throat but stomach acid. Because of that, my esophagus was starting to hurt. Yeah, just being able to talk to everyone like this made me feel a lot better. I mean, unlike Taku 1, yeah, like, literally the, earthquake where tons of people died, parents dying, being an orphan, first murder, second murder. He's seen some stuff already. He kind of has a reason for being messed up, as opposed to Taku 1 that was just like, whoops, we forgot to program you with, humanity. Oh, we'll patch it in later. Oh, but you're cleaning up. Does that mean they canceled the festival? Yep, there was an announcement after you left. I see. I was thinking they might just postpone it. Well, it makes sense. There was a murder after all. I'm sure they'll call it suicide. Yeah. Oops, I didn't reboot your humanity. Sorry. And since it might have to do with all the other strange deaths, the school probably didn't have much of a choice. So, how did things go for you? They didn't treat you like the killers, did they? Did it go okay? Why would they suspect me? I'm an important witness. That's the reason, though. In a mystery, the witnesses are always suspicious. I mean, unless the detectives were really stupid, there's no way he could have done it. He has an absolute witnessed alibi of being in front of the stage for the whole setup. Unless they're really stupid, there's no way they'd be like, he did it. It is also, however, from their point of view, probably very suspicious that this is the second in a row he's witnessed, though. That's gotta raise some flags. You watch too many detective shows. He couldn't have done either himself, correct, yeah. But still, just like Shinjo had said earlier, it would make sense if they suspected me, I think. This was the second time after the revolving dead incident that somebody had died near me. Anyway, something really did happen today. That means our guess was right, doesn't it? Yeah, I feel like once it's, what is this, the 4th one? I feel like 3 is already not a coincidence. 4 is super not a coincidence. Excuse me. Yeah. I leaned my tired body back into a chair and looked at the map on the wall. Now there was even more evidence. We could be certain at this point that what happened this morning was in some way related to the New Generation madness, but we didn't know who had done it or why. The sumo stickers that made me sick every time I saw them were the only clue we had. And this time, they were used as a murder weapon in Watabe's death. Huh? What did you say? Thanks. To be honest, I didn't really want to remember that. There's no way to know this unless you'd experienced it for yourself, but seeing something in a video and seeing it in person were two radically different things. The biggest difference was the smell. Even if there was no blood, like this morning, there was still a unique stench in the air. Part of it was the smell of vomit and the excrement that slid out of the body after the muscles had relaxed, but it was more than that. It was a unique stench the bodies of the dead possessed. The smell of death, you might call it. Whenever I saw the body in my mind, I also remember the scent. Happy times. The police said he suffocated, right? His mouth was full of sumo stickers. Did they jam the stickers in his mouth until he choked? Why did the killer do that? And wait, do you think it's the same guy who committed the other murders too? What do you mean? Because, you know... Ito stopped and shrugged. I knew what he was trying to say. If we assume that all these incidents were related, compared to Don't Look at Me, Leaky Noise, and Revolving Dead, this murder seemed different. The killer jammed sumo stickers in the victim's mouth until he choked. It was cruel, sure, but it also felt sloppy, brutal, and crude. But I thought so too until I heard what the police were saying. But when I was leaving the station, I heard the cops talking about the results of the autopsy. They said Watabe's stomach was filled to bursting with sumo stickers. So the case was every bit as weird as the other three. I tried to get out of the chair, but I was still a little tired, so I staggered a bit. Seems to me that if you look at all the incidents in order, it's clearly part of the same set. I mean, there's something that this has in common with the incidents before. I mean, sumo stickers, but that's what I want to talk about. I'll go over everything in order. That's right, what I was about to explain included a critical factor that we'd never even considered before. It's what I talked to Serica about before I'd left for the police station. Can you tell me more about what you were saying before? Before? You said that Shinjo and Kunosato were talking about psychics and some kind of mystery. Oh, what was that again? I remember. They said all the incidents so far are really weird. Understatement, but of course they're weird. That's why we're doing this. Oh, no, that's not what they meant. The people who died... Do you know the name of the first victim's stream? The one in the Don't Look at Me case. TIL, I can see the future, right? They were saying maybe he really could see the future. Huh? That's crazy. Was it some kind of joke? I mean, he himself admitted he kinda could. And then the next one was the Leaky Noise, and they said the people who came to her concerts were kinda weird. Weird? How? They were acting like they had some kind of fever or something. The songs themselves were nothing special, but it was like they were obsessed with her voice. What? I don't really get what you're saying. Hold on, my nose is being stupid today. It's a good question. I mean, they did barely touch on the fact that Watabe got very popular and got a lot of scoops, despite his young age. We really don't know much about the third guy. We really, as a person, we know next to nothing about him. He was helping What's-Her-Face with some sort of problem, and it wasn't romantic. They were just meeting in a love hotel because it was someplace they wouldn't get bothered. It wasn't a romantic, sexual thing, but he was helping her with something. And they wanted to meet somewhere where people wouldn't bother them. That's really all we know. Oh, and he worked for that company. But, like, we don't know anything about him. Really. I don't know. That's just what they were talking about. Whatever. What about Revolving Dead? Yeah, there you go. Supposedly he was just a part-timer, but he was really successful. It's not just because he was good at his job. Yeah, but it was more like he knew exactly what people wanted. Some people started a rumor that he was actually bugging people's offices. Oh, so like Hungry Clicker with the Discord. Yeah, got it. That's everything I heard. No, great job. Thanks for catching all that. Yeah, was that useful? Yep. Hungry's next. Oh no! Shinjo and Kunasato were talking very softly, so I hadn't been able to hear it at all. It was definitely thanks to Serika that we had this information, but still. Psychic powers? No way! Hey, Miyashiro, are you ready yet? Oh, sorry, I'll be right there. After what I'd heard from talking to Serika, it was unbelievable, but if I looked at all the cases so far in light of that, I'm going to go over the case once more to make sure of all this. Take a look. I turned to face the board on the wall. When I did so, I could feel strength coming back to my tired body and mind. Good, I was fine. What happened this morning hadn't made me afraid. Everyone looked at the map of Shibuya, even Kazuki. What, you're not going to play ESO too? Oh. For some reason, Kazuki always participated when we used this. Well, whatever. I should start with the first case. The keys were what I'd heard from Serika before going to the police station, and what I knew about the victims. Together they implied that... I see, so that's it. No wait, that can't be right. But that would explain everything. Actually, there was a lot of things that could only be explained that way. My mind raced, and soon I felt a curiosity welling up within me that overrode the terror and disgust I'd felt when I was at the scene of the murders. If we ever hear about Kazuki in detail... Yeah... PlayStation? What? Did I miss a thing? You okay there, Sora? Did I miss something? Am I missing a reference? Yeah, that has to be it. It's unbelievable, but it's possible. It was a stupid idea, maybe. The ESO 2? It's... Oh no, I didn't. ESO 2 is the name of the game that she plays. I always forget what it stands for. It's somewhere in here. Empire Sweeper Online 2. That's the game. Or, you know, yeah, Elder Scrolls Online 2. It was a stupid idea, maybe. But if it were true, it would be incredible. It would change everything we thought we knew about the world. What is it? It's creepy when you just laugh like that out of nowhere. Taku's favorite game, clearly. Also, Eric, how's it going? I mean, I can only assume he plays the sequel. I don't know if we have confirmation at this point, but you just assume. Or he's one of those, like, old-timers that just sticks with the prequel, even though the sequel MMO has come out. They're like, no, I can't leave Reinhardt behind. Or Neidhart. Nothing, I'm just glad to see you back to normal. Oh. Now that I thought about it, I'd gotten so excited that I'd forgotten the nightmares that were going on around me. I should get back on topic. I realized something. This may not have any direct connection to the killer, but I discovered something the cases have in common that's important, maybe world-changing. Surprised faces all around, even though Serika told him. She's gotta play along too. I could see Kazuki gasp in surprise. Seriously? Wow! Everyone was looking at me as I explained everything in turn. First, Watabe's murder was part of what people are calling the return of the new generation madness. I said this before, but didn't he just suffocate to death? No, that's not correct. Watabe suffocated, yes, but not just from having the sumo stickers stuffed in his mouth. What do you mean? I stopped for a moment and took a deep breath. I knew that when I imagined it, I was going to shiver. His entire stomach was full of sumo stickers when he died. Everyone's eyes went wide. I could tell they were just trying to figure out the meaning of what I just said. Wait, inside his stomach too, is that... That's right, he swallowed, or was forced to swallow, a huge amount of sumo stickers. Since they were found undamaged in his stomach, we know he didn't chew them either. That's how he suffocated and died. That's what happened. That's... Yeah, no. Accurate responses. That's not sloppy. That's insane. Which means that this incident is just like the others then, huh? I nodded then, wrote down a brief outline of Watabe's death, and pinned it on the map. Wait, Miyashiro, is that important enough to overturn everything we know about the world? Yeah. Now, that was just that was just confirming that his death was the same as the other murders. I'm just about to get to the main point. I stopped talking for a second and looked around at everyone's faces. Yeah, it seems like he would have suffocated long before he did. First, the victim in the Don't Look at Me case, Ryuma Otani, said he could see the future. That's just a silly gimmick. Just let me finish. Ito shrugged and stopped talking. As for Momone Takayanagi, the girl in the Leaky Noise case, her fans all claimed her voice had a strange power to it. They said that just listening to it could put you in a trance. Yep, that's what the detective was saying. That's no different than people dancing at a club though, right? There's nothing unusual about songs and music putting people in a trance. But you need pretty specific conditions to create that effect though, right? If that's basically the whole point of a club. But Momone Takayanagi did all her concerts in the street with no equipment at all. Well, whatever. Keep talking. And then there's the victim of the revolving dead case, Hironori Kakita. Supposedly, he was capable of reading his clients' minds. Wait, you're not saying... Ito seemed to realize what I was trying to say. That's my partner for you. He's got good intuition. I'd say the expression was different on the sumo sticker and Watabe's photo, right? I'd already told everyone that the expression on the sumo sticker I'd photographed at the Love Hotel and the one in Watabe's article were different. Yeah, clearly. At first, I thought it was photo editing or something. There were rumors that Watabe was doing that, in fact, but evidently that's not it. I asked the detective, and he told me that there were no signs that Watabe's photo was digitally altered. Which means... there was a chance that many of Watabe's too-good-to-be-true photographs weren't taken with a camera. He probably used some form of psychic photography. I wrote everything that occurred to me down on a memo and pinned it on the map. Yep. Ito laughed as I put it up. No, wait. Come on, you can't be serious. Huh? Shin, did you figure it out from that? Kazuki seemed irritated that Ito had figured out the answer before her. She started to bang on the wall like she always did. Hey, come on, stop that. Clearly has an anger issue. So basically, this is what you're trying to say, right? What all these victims have in common is that they all did things that would seem impossible, and that means they... Yes, and that means they... I wanted to do the third one, but you know. That's right, they all... True. She has to do it for real. They all had some kind of special power, right? Ito took the words right out of my mouth. Had special powers. Special? Wait, do you mean... Onoe heard Shinjo use the word psychics. They had psychic powers. Psychic power? You literally told us these things. You told... Psychic powers. If this were a mystery novel, the readers would be so pissed off right now. Unfortunately, this isn't a book. It's a visual novel. It's real. So that's all the more reason, right? Everyone? Ito looked around at the others, expecting their agreement. I believe if I don't know the name, but I know Ark had mentioned before that Taku is absolutely what's his name, Kirito from SAO. So if that's the voice actor you're talking about, then yes. While Kazuki had looked surprised for a moment, she'd quickly returned to her usual inscrutable expression, and Sarah was excited about something completely different. Psychic powers, so like what? You can turn invisible and sneak inside the girls' locker room? That's the first place her mind goes. No. Where did that come from? Well, that might be one, but normally it means more like telepathy or something. Oh, telepathy, that's great. You wouldn't need a cell phone. You could make calls for free. Forget it. I should just give up trying to talk to her about anything complicated. I mean, she's not wrong.
それこそ誰かが遠くから超能力を使って殺人を犯したとか。
But once he starts talking about psychic powers, where do you stop? Like, you could say that someone used psychic powers to kill them from a distance.
いや、超能力って言っても、多分そこまで便利なものじゃないんじゃないかな。
We don't want him, clearly. No, I don't think they're that powerful.
せいぜい一つの能力しか使えないとか。
Like, maybe only get one power or something.
それに忘れてもらっちゃう。
And don't forget, it's not the killer who has the powers, it's the victims. Well, to be fair, you don't know that. Just saying, you can't rule it out. But if the victims have them, we can assume the killer might have them as well, right? Well, yeah. That was certainly possible. Or, no, it might actually be likely? Well, come to think of it. Sarika cut the two of us off. Her voice was easygoing and unconcerned. Didn't you say something about an urban legend like that on that channel or something? Something about how if you lived in Shibuya, you could get strange powers? Oh, that's right. How could I have forgotten something so important? I love that an ongoing thread of, like, all the side AV games is at channel being a legitimate source of information. Against all possible human odds. It somehow in this universe is a credible source of information and not just images you don't want to see in racist rants. How could I have forgotten something so important? There's powers in the city, clearly. Yeah, I've heard that too, but that's supposedly because the spirits of the people who died in the earthquake make a home inside your body. That's a weird concept. That seems like a bridge too far for me. What if the thing about the spirits came later, and only the powers themselves were real? Still, I don't know. They say where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Setting fires where there weren't any before is exactly what Atchan does, right? See, that's more accurate, yeah. That's true, but Onoe heard them saying something about psychics, didn't she? That's right, yes. The policeman was talking about it. That doesn't mean... Ito still didn't seem willing to accept it. Well, I could understand that. Even I thought it was a little crazy. But for some reason, it felt to me like this was the explanation closest to the truth. Perfect? Oh, yeah. I understand what you're trying to say, but can we at least consider it as a hypothesis? Well, maybe. He fell silent. Normally, Kazuki would have gotten bored with all this, talking and gone back to her computer, but today she wasn't moving. She wasn't participating in our conversation, but for once she seemed irritated. Well, even if your theory is right, what does it have to do with the other things they have in common? The other thing they have in common? The sumo stickers. Oh, right. The sumo stickers were involved in this case too. No, this time they were actually the murder weapon, you could say. Why does every crime scene have a sticker there anyway? Normally you leave it on the body of the person you killed. I think they call it a dying message? Or a calling card. Dying, yeah. What did she say? Oh, diving message. Okay. A message left by somebody who's dying, often seen in mystery books, where it is left as a clue by the murder victim. There have been several cases where dying messages were left in actual murders, like, you know, writing a number on a wall behind you in the blood to leave a clue as to your murderer, as an example, let's say. But this time the stickers themselves were the murder weapon, so that doesn't count. It's code! Which means that the killer put them there. Maybe it was to say that they were the ones who did it, or maybe even be used in court? Probably not. I'm pretty sure nothing that happens in this game could be used in court. Which you could argue is the reason they wouldn't go to the cops, besides the fact that they've been called to the cops for questioning, but like, you could argue the fact that it's supernatural, the fact that it's weird, that nobody would believe it, is a reason. It's like, we can't go to the cops, we gotta do it ourselves. But also, hey, welcome to Viperland in the chat, how you doing? I don't know why my nose is weirder today than normal. I'm gonna blame it on the wild temperature fluctuations. It's gone from 70 to 50 to 30, back to 40 in the past, like, 3 days. Ah yes, good old 11037. It's, I mean, it worked for what it was. It was a tutorial case. But it is comically simple. To send a message to someone, huh? Which means that card would have some kind of meaning that all the victims understood. But the only thing they have in common that we know about now is that they had special powers. Sudden update to the autopsy report. Oh, of course. Oh, my phone's ringing. Oh, I hope it's not his number again. Sarika took her phone out of her pocket and looked at the screen, then frowned and looked at me. Oh. It's from... Oh, that's arguably worse. Is that still happening? I didn't even know that was happening. I mean... People will see it if only out of curiosity. I mean, I have no strong feelings on it. I truly enjoy Minecraft, but there's no story to it. How would they make a movie?
The ultimate flavor experience.
I still play Minecraft in my off time every now and again, but like, how do you make a movie? I mean, to be fair, nobody thinks about that. Executives go, this is hot right now, people will buy this, do it. And somebody's got to go, probably a bunch of people who've never heard of Minecraft before or played it go, okay. So we just introduced 3 ramen restaurants in Kichijoji. Yeah, Kichijoji. That are so popular. The lines are stretching out the door. Oh, man. Now I want hot nudes. Well, did you see that one that caught your eye? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, a bunch of people in the Viperland Discord have been playing it too. Like, it's a fun enough game in general, but for the price, it's just unstoppable. A game that was at the height of its popularity years ago. You say that, but like, I would agree. Maybe it's not at its height now, but I would not argue it's been knocked down much. Also, oh, there's a new update. Yeah. I feel like being like 10 years after the fact is basically how like the movie executives who would make a decision like that are. By the time they hear about it and how it's popular, it's already too late. The second one, where you dip the noodles in sauce, caught my eye. Using a miso-style broth instead of seafood for the base strikes me as very innovative. There's new tarot. Oh, damn, they got a bunch of new stuff then. Gunchick, tarot cards. I didn't even know there was an update. They're updating it frequently enough that I tend to miss it. But I ended up this afternoon playing No Man's Sky because a certain potion-stealing person may have gotten the game. And literally on their first planet out of, like, their base planet, they found these like tiny, like derpy T-Rex looking birds strapped purple guns on it and is riding it around the planet just having a good time. It's, you know, as you do when you start up No Man's Sky. As you do when you've played a ton of No Man's Sky. 2 run chase Reaper killer. Oh, I've yet to kill the Reaper. I can, I'm sure. That's right, they've adjusted the miso so it works as a dipping sauce, and it's not as heavy as you'd think. Interesting idea. Like, you've got a soup base, but then you can also, like, dip your noodles in something. I'd try it. It sounds messy, but, like, whatever. They just put on something on screen, didn't they? Like, I've been eating at a local halal place recently, because it's right next to the grocery store I go to. So, like, I'll go there to get something to eat, then do my grocery shopping. And I'll get, like, a gyro, however you pronounce it. I don't know what the correct way is. Messiest thing in the world, because I get it covered in, like, the white sauce, the tzatziki sauce. Freaking delicious, but, like, makes a huge mess. Sometimes food be messy. You just roll with it. VR out for... If I had VR, I would. I hear it's good, but I don't have VR. The base game is still great, though. They just put something on screen, didn't they? It would be cool, yeah. I would definitely play No Man's Sky VR. I would definitely play the Final Fantasy 15 fishing game in VR. But past that, I don't know what I would do. Like, there are some games that sound good in VR, but, like Resident Evil 7. I'm pretty sure Resident Evil 7 in VR would have killed me. I'm pretty sure I would have died. Real me, real person, dead. Give it a few more years. Yeah, I'm not adverse to it. I simply don't have the physical space. I also don't have the money for it, but even if I had the money, I don't have the space. I don't have enough room to move around and swing my arms. So it's not something I can do at this point. But my friend has VR, and I've played 1 or 2 things there. Breaking news. This afternoon, freelance journalist Tomoaki Watabe, age 22, there's a large sign on top of the screen which read, "Freelance journalist Tomoaki Watabe dies violently during speech." The Shibuya police are still deciding if it's a murder or a suicide, and are performing a detailed investigation into Watabe's health and the cause of his death. I mean... yeah, sure, we'll go with suicide. You could definitely have done that to himself. Watabe was in the news recently for writing an article. I mean, he was a journalist. It connected to the string of suicides that have been plaguing Shibuya lately with a large amount of so-called sumo stickers that have been found in the area. The manga sometimes? Yeah, the problem is I lost... Oh. You hear Watabe's dead? You mean the Watabe? Oh, that's a shock. Okay, no, I'm not hitting anything, so it's just going on its own, yeah? Watabe, I'm gonna cry. You knew him? No, but I thought he was great. Just a fan, huh? Lol. He seemed really smart. You know, when you look at him, he isn't all that hot. So is his face in the end. Lol. Why'd he die anyway? I don't know, but that's what they were saying on Ryan. Wasn't he on TV yesterday? He was writing an article about how the sumo stickers in Shibuya are bad news. What? He was the one putting them up. Lolo. No, Lolo. He didn't put them up. That the sumo stickers had something to do with the case. The new generation madness, you know? Was Watabe killed? Are the people putting up the sumo stickers? Scary shit, lol. Those eyes are God's eyes? Huh? Whose eyes are Sticker's eyes? Those eyes are God's eyes? Okay, yes. Good. The issue I have with Subnautica has nothing to do with the game. The problem is, for some reason, my save file's gone. I'd gotten fairly far into it. I'd gotten to the edge of the, like, lava zone, but I didn't have the way to get into it at that point. So I'd gotten a decent ways in, and I went back to it a few months ago, and my save file's gone. So, like, I'll probably at some point hit it again, and I was enjoying what I was playing, for sure, even though I was doing it mostly off stream. It just didn't finish it because now the save file's gone, so... Well, who knows what the future holds, though. King George Shadow Counter-Revolutionary. Reproduction prohibited. According to an announcement by the Shibuya Metropolitan Police on the afternoon of the 10th at around 1 p.m., Tomoaki Watabe was found dead. The Shibuya police are investigating both the possibility of an accident as well as a potential murder or suicide. Accident? Oops, I slipped and I just full-on Looney Tunes cartoon, just my mouth around the edge of the table as it tilted up and all these sumo stickers went into my stomach. Mistakes happen, you know? Excuse me. This is the China anyway? Oh, okay. Looking to the cause of Mr. Watabe's death and any illnesses he may have had. Yes, you know, that illness that mass produces stickers in your stomach. Sure. I'm sorry, I don't know why my nose is worse than normal today. And it wasn't today, which is even weirder. Like, throughout the day it was fine. Well, you know, Murphy's Law of Streaming. First post! Ah, no you weren't. Rest in peace, skipping the ASCII art. Rest in peace, lols. The schadenfreude is giving me a boner. That's not a line I thought I'd be reading tonight. Ah. Whose nose is those nose? It's the Mountain Dew, clearly. He had a dance with hard luck, huh? Rest in peace. That's what you get. Holy shit. Who? Rip. Rest in peace, Lolo. Whose eyes are those eyes? Rest in peace, Lolo. Did he learn too much? The darkness of the sumo stickers runs the deep. Wait, this is seriously scary. How come you guys are laughing? Because 4chan, I mean at channel. It's not even runny, it's more just stuffy, like... Yeah. Somebody has to have killed him, right? Holy shit. Today's the fucking 10th. New Generation Madness, so it's begun. Rest in peace. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Glad that asshole's dead. Which one of you guys did this? 1111. That's what you get. Huh? So the dates match again? Those eyes are God's eyes? Why do you guys hate him so much? He's just some loser plagiarist. Rest in peace. So, who's this guy again? Don't put out a breaking news update just because this dumbass died. I was recording fucking Conan. The Barbarian or O'Brien? Worship the sumo stickers. Die. That proves it. The next one will be on 10/23. The sumo stickers are God. No objections allowed. Repent for your sins. There will be more victims. You're killing me, lol. You're kidding me, lol. The guy gets reports on all this stuff and ends up killing himself? Yeah, definitely. The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. It's Return of the New Generation Madness, and I can't bear it. Return of the New Generation Madness 1, Don't Look at Me, Leaky Noise, Revolving Dead, Under Debate. Yeah, what are they going to call this one? Also, yes. I mentioned that you found a T-Rex. I did not mention that it did a happy dance every time you pet it. Yes. I wonder if it's intentional or not. I don't know. Oh, maybe Detective Conan, because it's Japan. That makes way more sense. Yeah. But yeah, I hope space continues to go well. Like, sorry I couldn't rejoin, but like I had to eat something as well and stream. You're late. That's what I'm here to see. The sumo stickers are God. Ends up just like Watabe said, huh? The sumo stickers will save the world. Troll somewhere else. Maybe Watabe killed himself to prove his article was right? If so, then he's got my respect. A miraculous carnival is about to begin. The sumo stickers are God. What is happening in Shibuya? The sumo stickers are God. The sumo stickers are God. Rest in peace. Lots of the sumo stickers are God. A whole lot. Oh. Immediate. Oh man, did 4chan give us positive vibes or negative vibes? Also, potions. I have a Mountain Dew tonight. It's not code red, I hate to say. So, per usual, it's tied. Oh. Swing one vote for blue. One vote for not sure. And daring did, aren't we? Yes. It's Mountain Dew Spark. Blue? Alright, then blue wins it. Oh, I forgot to actually read the first bit, didn't I? I silently looked up at the building. Okay. We were debating earlier whether all the sumo stickers had the third eye or not, and all the ones in the background do when it transitions between, at least. But the lights were on in the room at the end of the living room on the 3rd floor. Lights were on in the room at the end of the living room. Right, whatever. Which means she was awake. I'd known she would be, but still, I couldn't help but sigh. That was the end of my last hope. After Sarika had answered the phone, oh no, it's a known. She'd handed it to me without saying a word. She's not going to be happy about any of this. At all. I mean, maybe she will in this delusion, yeah. I can pretty safely say the raid will probably just be like, he shows up, she just goes, crack, game over. After Sarika had answered the phone, oh yeah, I read that. Just like I'd expected, her voice was calm. Both me, Sarika, and Ito knew from experience that meant she was angry. She told me to come home immediately, in a flat, emotionless voice. I couldn't even make any excuses. No one's going to be very pissed. I've been hoping she'd be asleep when I got back, but... She tried really hard, and she was close. Now I realized that there was never any chance of that. No, I don't know for certain that she wanted to talk about what happened today. You don't know for certain? Really? Maybe about something else. Really? I didn't take you for the stupid type. Delusional, maybe, but... Well...
Kurusu.
It's me. Oh, Takaru? So you did come. Good. Come in. I came inside and Kurusu welcomed me from the bed. Welcome back. Hold on a second. Kurusu started to rummage through something under the blankets. If she was going to get mad, I'd prefer if she got mad now. Right now it felt like sitting on a bed of nails. It was hellish. So what happened today? The reason you wanted to talk to me? Just as I spoke, Kurusu stood up. Where are your clothes? She wasn't even wearing underwear. This is why Sora always votes blue, by the way. Subtly. Oh, but if she'd been lying down this whole time, it would make sense if she wasn't dressed. Wait, that wasn't the issue here. I wanted you to wipe down my back. Is that why you called me? I'm sorry. Is it a bother that I called you from school halfway across town just to, you know, towel down? I mean, it's not showing anything. It's shoulders up. It's... Oh, no, well, this didn't make any sense. Kurusu wasn't usually... Oh, hold on, do you know what? No, we don't... Do we... Ha-ha! Perfect. This didn't make sense. Kurusu wasn't usually like this. I wasn't sure I had to handle her now that she was acting this way. You know what? Now it's back to like shoulder up. That's fine. You should have just asked Yui or Yuto. Maybe I just decided that I wanted you to do it. And Walker will protect us from the news. Yeah, right, like, you just see the little icon, you can hear the start menu music. There's special circumstances, it's okay, right? She wanted me to do that? That's really weird. That's a really weird thing for you to say. Do you have a fever or something? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. When you get a fever and couldn't get out of bed all those years ago, I did all kinds of things for you. All kinds of things? I took care of you down there too. Kurusu giggled a little. I hadn't heard anything about her having a fever, so why was she acting this way? I don't know, it's your delusion. Why is she acting this way? Still hurts. I thought it was hilarious. I know everything there is to know about your body. We're brother and sister, so that's normal, right? Was that normal? Please, Takaru. Just for today. Spoil me? Fine. Thank you, but it was still embarrassing enough that I couldn't bring myself to look at her. Taku, don't look away.
そらさないで。
Sora, you literally asked for this. This was your doing, Sora. I never realized that Y'shtola and Titania were the same voice actress until that scene, and then it was blatantly obvious. My heart skipped a beat. What do you mean?
私の全部を
I'm going to expose all my secrets to you now. Sora, why did you do this to us? Why, Sora? For what it's worth... Yeah. Yeah. Like, especially in the delivery of that last line, you can't unhear... You can't unhear Titania. I gulped loudly. Her face was bright red. Did she have a fever after all? Or...
クルスだって
You're embarrassed too, aren't you, Kurisu? Show me your fridge. You can't touch my fridge. My fridge is not full of Mountain Dew. Also, hey, Mitz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Yeah. Yes, or... Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? This is a lot more embarrassing than I thought. To be honest, I wanted to run away as soon as I could.
恥ずかしい。
But I just said I would do it. I couldn't betray Kurisu when she was this weak.
見るよ
Going to look.
嬉しい。
That makes me happy. I looked straight at her ear? At her body. Oh. Well, no, we need a bigger cover. Haha! It's just Endwalker. Oops, all Endwalker. Just, it's all we get. Why don't you say something? Hold on, I should move it lower so we can at least see like webcam and stuff. Aha! That'll work. Perfect. Perfect. Why don't you say something? She was beautiful. But I couldn't bring myself to say that. Honestly, we can probably just... Haha. Haha. There we go.
それじゃあタクル。
Okay, Taku, will you do it?
お願い
Do it?
だから
She wanted you to like wash her back. I
体を
want you
拭い
to
てほしいんだ
wipe
けど。
down my body. Yeah, Sora, thanks. Appreciate. Very appreciate. That's right, I'd forgotten.
そこにタオルあるから。
There's a towel there. She already had a towel and a bowl of hot water ready. I wet the towel and got closer to Kurisu. Why does the scene keep going?
後ろから
Debating it all on right here on out. Whew. Do I start from the front or from the back? Huh? She fidgeted. It was really cute to see Kurisu acting this way. You're going to wipe down my front side too? She can do that herself, dude. She literally just wanted you to wipe her back. That's it. Like, you're overthinking this because it's his own delusion, to be fair. It's all him. Kurisu didn't even need to wipe down the front side. She could do it herself.
いやだってずっと
No, I mean, you've been facing this way the whole time. Oh no, I was panicking even more than normal.
ごめん
I'm sorry, you wanted me to wash your back, right?
いいよ。
It's okay.
え
Huh? She looked straight at me.
いいよ。
It's okay. What was okay? No, I didn't need to ask. Haha. I gulped again. Excuse me. Yeah, this is incredibly long. Thanks, Sor. So glad you're so committed to the blue. So glad. So glad. And looked back at her. Her pale skin was slightly slick with sweat, thusly asking for a towel. She was top-heavy, we'll go with. Her hips formed a smooth curve, thanks. She looked like a statue of Venus. Longer delusions than anxious Taku, I guess. Yeah. I had never realized Kurisu was so pretty. Why, Taku? Why did you do this? Why? You know what? I'm just going to blame Sora for this one. This one's Sora. Sora, why? I wanted to touch her body. She looked so soft. Her skin looked so clear. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't turned on. Thanks, Sora. Thanks. But more than anything, I wanted to touch it because it belonged to Kurisu. Why, Sora? Why? I wanted to touch her beautiful body because it was hers. That's true. It's still better than Taku 1. Because at least he fantasizes about things consensually. And, like, you know, credit where credit's due. I didn't think that was going to have to be with the line, but that still puts him above Taku 1 by a lot. I reached my hand out towards Kurisu's neck, not the one with the towel, but the empty one. The empty neck? Worse. Chaos Head was a game. It was definitely a game. And ran my fingertips softly down the sides of it. So this is gonna cut away at some point, right, Sora? Right, Sora? It's gonna cut away at some point. Right, Sora? What? I mean... Her body shook a little. It was indescribably cute. Kurisu was always the big sister, bossing me around, telling me what to do. And now she was squirming under my touch. All she asked was for you to just wipe down her back, dude. Literally, that's it. Also, the whole thing's a delusion. She's actually going to be... I think he's going extra long on this because he knows he's about to get chewed the fudge out. Let's be honest. He knows real life what's actually going to happen, and she's going to be mad. Justifiably so, in fact. It felt good, like I'd made it... No, that's fine. I'm not gonna... No. Kurisu. Oh. Sora, why? Sora, why? No. It's fine. Just gonna go to the next one. She nodded, embarrassed. Yeah, Chaos Head was the first of the SciDV games, and it was clearly... something. It was clearly something. The game wasn't all bad, but at no point was the protagonist a good person. Hey, Grim. Sora convinced us to vote blue. Now I have to censor the screen. Yes, Grim. Absolutely. It's fine. Hey, it cuts away, finally. Holy crap. So when it hits a split point where he gets to have a delusion, you can either have a positive delusion, colored blue, or a negative delusion, colored red. Sora has voted only blue this whole time, and as their reward got a very awkward scene between a adopted brother and sister that went on way too long. Long before they established, oh, this gonna be awkward. It kept going. And yeah, but yeah. Well, he snapped back to reality by shouting, Kurisu, I will not stop tickling you until you apologize. That's true. They at least were like, no, we are siblings. Chaotic dialogue. We did get Star Wars. I'll give you that. We got Star Wars. Huh? I was trying too hard to escape from reality. If I was imagining Kurisu in a situation like that, I must be under more stress than I thought. When I went inside, she was sitting on the bed waiting for me. I was still pretty sure the negative one would have just been her snapping his neck. Like, I'm convinced, without even seeing it. Absolutely convinced that's what the negative side would be. You need to lie down or it will open up your wound again, right? I heard you had to go down to the police station again. Okay, in his defense, a murder happening in front of you is not something you can avoid, any more than you could have dodged that knife. Like... Kurisu cut me off. Her voice was calm and level. Like, yes, he's also still looking into it too, but if the whole point is like, oh, you had to go to the police, like, he was murdered in front of him, like, normally this would have been a relief, but in Kurisu's case, it just made me feel more scared.
この情報に
That's correct, isn't it?
誰
Who told you about that?
そんなの誰だっていい
It
でしょ
doesn't matter, does it? Anyways, it's true.
それより
Well,
本当なの
gotta do the oofs. Oh, I do. I gotta like make a note to myself before they rotate out. Like, you're right, I need to do that. I'm sorry, I totally spaced on it. Well, Kawahara must have told her. Damn it, why do we have to tell Kurusu of all people? I knew it was in for another lecture. Like, we have 2 good ones ready to go, I just need to take them and upload them. No, I'd be lucky if it was just a lecture. If it was anything worse... I don't want to think about it. If her voice was this calm, it was a warning sign. I needed to proceed cautiously.
さっきから黙っている
Why are you being so quiet?
一
Could you
体ど
not
うした
hear
んで
me?
しょうね
She suddenly
もしか
changed.
したら
You're kidding
私
me.
の声が聞こえ
Normally
な
I'd
か
get
っ
at
た
least a
んでしょ
little
う
more time.
そういうことなら
Excuse me.
もう一度お聞きしましょうか
Should I ask again? Is what I just said.
聞こえてます
I can hear you. It's fine.
そう
I see. Then
だったら
why didn't you say
お
anything?
返事してくれない
Yeah, that works good. Thank you for 53 months resubscription. Holy moly. A whole lot of resubscription months. And you know, this is a crazy, noisy, bizarre town. Apparently,
Good thing I waited, I guess.
apparently Shibuya just, you know, it's a nutty place, as it is. But obviously, thank you. Hope you're still enjoying all the Viperland goodies. Oh, that scene wasn't, you know, it was censored. It's fine. It's fine. Endwalker. Just play Endwalker. It's okay. Don't worry. Just play Endwalker.
すみません
I'm sorry.
まあいいでしょ
Well, it doesn't matter. So,
はい
yes, what you said is true.
あでも
Oh, but it's not my fault. There was a murder and there was nothing I could do about it. You know what happened with Watabe, right?
渡部との対談の件
Free Edward. Yep. I tried to stop my voice from shaking as I told her everything that had happened that day.
そういうわけで
So you see, the reason we had to go to the police station was that we were key witnesses. There was no other reason, really. Kurusu was watching me with extremely cold eyes the entire time I talked. I somehow managed to look back at her as I shared something that wasn't an excuse that I had been feeling lately.
でもさ
You know, things do seem a little strange lately.
おかしい
Strange? What does?
最初はさ
At first, we were following the case because we were interested in it.
けど
But now, lately, it feels like the case is coming after us.
逆に僕らを追ってきてるよ
The case is coming after us. When I said that, I realized how right it felt. That was the only way I could think of to describe what had happened today. It was Watabe who asked for an interview with us, and Watabe had died in front of us before we'd even talked to him. We hadn't had a choice in any of it.
昨日
Yesterday, Kurusu opened her mouth quietly.
昨日
You told me yesterday, didn't you? He said he'd think about it yesterday. Huh?
昨日
That you'd think... Oh, okay.
考えるって
Never mind, yeah. She's right.
そう言ってくれ
Absolutely
たわ
correct.
よ
You'd think about it,
それ
right?
は
That's... I had said that, yes.
僕だってそのつも
I
りだった
meant
よ
it, but a lot of stuff happened today, and there's something new that I learned.
今日また
分かったこと
Something new?
そうなんだ
That's
さっ
right.
き部室で
I realized when I was talking to everyone in the club room about that all the victims had something in common.
その共通点とは
You
何
see,
かって
they
い
all...
うと
And then I stopped.
実は
I wasn't sure if Kurusu would understand what I was trying to say, but I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I just told her exactly what had happened.
実は一連の事件
All
の
the
被害
victims
者
said
って
something special
みんな
happened to
時
them.
未来予知とか人
They
の
could see the
心を読んだり
future
と
or
か
read minds or use psychic photographs. I guess you could call them psychic powers.
超能
Psychic powers? Kurusu froze. She probably hadn't been expecting that.
そうなんだ
That's right. There's a chance they all had some kind of power. If I'm right, this is about more than the case. It may change everything we think we know about the world. Isn't that amazing? And then I realized that she was acting strange. Her gentle smile had vanished, and she was sitting there expressionless. I realized that I had made a mistake, but it was too late. She was just about to blow. When she got like that, it meant she was building up her anger for an explosion. The only thing I could do now was wait for the thunder to come crashing down on me. Here it comes. I closed my eyes. But I waited and nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw... Please. Kurusu looking weaker than I'd ever seen her before. Oh, does she have psychic powers?
たくる
Takaru, please stop this. Don't do anything else. She reached out with shaking hands to grab my arms.
来る
Kurusu?
怖いの。
I'm scared. I'm... Huh?
これ以上
When I think about what could happen if you keep getting involved with this, and then something does happen,
何かあった
I
ら
just
と
don't know
思う
what
と
to do. I'm so scared.
あなたにだってわかる
You
で
know
し
what
ょ
it feels like too, don't you? To lose something you care about? I don't want to lose my family again. I don't want to lose the people I care about.
だから
So please, Takaru, just give up on the case, please.
タクル
Easier said than
そん
done
なお
when
かしな事件を
it really does seem like the case is going after him. I feel like it would be worse to give up on the case at this rate. Kurusu seemed so weak, like she was about to cry. I was shocked. I never thought she'd let me see her like this.
あ
Oh, so that's it. I still didn't understand. How much I've been making Kurusu worry. Her hands gripped me harder, as if she was trying to stop me. As if she was clinging to me. A gasp of pain slipped from her mouth. Maybe her wound had opened again. Yeah, stabbed. Yup. But she kept on clinging to me tightly. She held me and wouldn't let me go. I was a fool. I was such a fool. I'd gotten cocky just because I'd learned something new, and forgotten how much that would hurt the people close to me.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめん
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize I'd worried you so much. Takaru,
それ
then...
じゃ
でも
But... I removed Kurisu's hands as gently as I could. What?
一つだけ
There's one thing I need to do. Just let me do this one thing.
それは
Is it that important? Yes, I must solve the entire case.
私たち家
More
族よ
important than your family?
り大事な
同じくらい大事な
Probably just as important.
同じくらい
Just as important? What is it?
スマホ
I need to get my phone back. My phone was stolen that night. Now it's in the hands of a mysterious girl who is either connected to the killer, or maybe the killer herself. I didn't know. But given what I'd seen so far, there was no way she wasn't connected somehow. So I had to get it back, no matter what. Okay, so there's a 0% chance he gets the phone back and goes, alright, got it, done. Like, there's a 1,000,000% chance that just raises more questions that he's going to need answering.
そんなの
That's not...
ダメなんだ
I have
あれに
to.
は新聞
It's
部
got the
のデータが
newspaper
入って
club's
る
data on it, and information about this place too. If someone sees it...
データって連絡
Data,
先
you
と
mean
か
our
取材
contact
の成
info
果
and
と
the
かで
results
し
of
ょ
our research?
そ
Nothing
れに
else,
ロック
right?
だってかけてあ
And
る
you
っ
said
て
it was locked. Yeah,
でも
but it's still
もし
possible
も
that
のこと
something
だっ
could
てあるし
happen. If there really were psychic powers, someone might have a way to get the data off it. Ah, yes. Psychic phone reading. And then something terrible might happen. Huh? Suddenly the lights went off and the room was plunged into darkness. The darkness was so sudden that my eyes didn't have time to adjust. I could barely see anything. We didn't get a delusion trigger, but it is kind of waving.
クルスどうしたんだよおい
Kursu, what's wrong? But even though she was right in front of me a second ago, she didn't answer. There was only the silent darkness.
クルス返事し
Yeah,
ろ
it made the sound too. Kursu, answer me. Where did you go?
クルスノノならいない
No, Kursu isn't here. I killed her already. Oh, joy. We didn't choose anything. We didn't even get a choice. I usually put it to chat vote when it happens, so we didn't get one. What? Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. I turned towards it and I saw a small shadow standing there.
宮代拓郎
Takaru Mishiro, right? Who are you?
愚かなやつだ
A stupid question. If you hadn't gotten involved, you wouldn't have had to die. Huh? Huh? Oh, well. Her hands were filled with knives. The silver blade shone with a bloody crimson light. No, it wasn't just the light that looked like blood. There was a liquid dripping down from it that looked just like... No, that's not it. That's blood, real blood.
そうだ
That's right, it's blood. I told you. I killed Nono Kurisu. The girl with the knives pointed to a corner of the darkness and grinned. I saw the silhouette of something that looked like a head. It was rolling on the ground. Oh. Oh joy. But like, it's the waviness and it made the delusion sound, so maybe he's just stressed? Or seeing something in the future? Kurisu. It's too late for regrets. Takaru Maeshiro, this is all your fault.
これは全てお前が招いた
She smiled and started to walk towards me. Ah, run! Yui, Yuto, Dad! I screamed out into the hallway, but there was no answer. I heard nobody call back to me.
ああ無駄だよ
Oh, it's useless. Your little sister, your brother, your dad. I killed them
父親
all.
も
Fwahahahahahaha. Huh? Huh?
あとはお前だけだ
You're all that's left.
さっさ
Now
と
die. Stabby sounds. Takaru, what's wrong, Takaru? Yeah, that was definitely a delusion, but it was definitely not a prompted one. I suddenly found myself back in Kurisu's room. She was reaching a hand out towards me, concerned. She'd been stabbed because of me, but she wasn't dead. She was still alive. It was just a delusion. Yeah, you know, it's perfectly normal. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and told Kurisu over and over again that I was just fine. You know, I lied to her. But that delusion was... If I wasn't careful, it might become real. The data on that smartphone was too dangerous. Of course, that wasn't the only reason I wanted it back. Because it had... the picture. The picture we'd taken together. I hadn't told Kurisu, and I never would, but that was my one precious memory. The only one I had. That's why I hadn't even made a backup. It's a really stupid reason to not make a backup. This is the most important thing in the world to me. I won't make a backup, so in case something happens to it, I have a backup. Okay. No, yes, it's very cute. If I did, I felt like it wouldn't be as special anymore. It was a picture of my family. Back when I would still consider them my family. Back when things were fun. It was the one thing I owned that I really cared about. Anyway, I need to get it back, no matter what. I gripped Kurisu's hand softly for a second and headed for the door. She tried to get up from the bed and buckled over from the pain. I wanted to run back and help her. I wanted to run over, get her back into bed, call Dad. That's what I wanted to do. But if I went back now, she probably wouldn't let me go. Make it a real picture? Yeah. So I left the room and closed the door without looking back. I could hear her voice on the other side of the door. It stung a little. Brother Takaru, I just heard Big Sis Nono's voice. Her wounds may have opened again. Call Dad right away. Me? Oh. Huh? Okay, Brother Takaru, where are you going? Oh, I have something I have to do. What? You can't just leave? Stay with Big Sis Nono. Hey, wait, Brother Takaru! I ignored Yui's angry yells and ran out the door. To get back what was important to me. I had to go back there, to Tokyo General Hospital. The happy place, with the fun times. Kurisu stared silently at the closed door. Her heart was filled with regrets. She should have tried harder to stop him. You've been stabbed. You tried your hardest. He wasn't going to not go. You should have ignored the wound in her stomach and clung to him harder. All that would do is hurt you more, and he'd still go. Fortunately, the wound didn't seem to have opened. In that instant, her father Sakuma's words had come back to her. If If you push yourself too hard and that wound opens again, it might leave a scar. His words had stopped her, and Takeru Miyashiro had left. In the end, maybe she only cared about herself. It was true that she didn't want to lose her family, but... No. Creator NFTs. No, he can't be, because he couldn't come up with a scheme that good. He couldn't. He just couldn't. I refuse to believe that Taku 1 made money. That said, we do know that the way he made money in the first game was by gold selling. He did real money trading in an MMO. It's not quite the same level as NFTs, but it's a garbage thing to do. It's a garbage thing to do when you spam it and hijack people's stuff. In his credit, he did it legitimately. He just played the game so much and had extra. I guess as long as you're not, like, you know, putting trackers on people's computers so you can hijack their accounts when they buy the gold off your server so they can be the next gold farming bots for you. That would still mean that he had the idea. I don't know. I don't know if I even want to give him that much credit. Don't go near that hospital. So she knows something. She specifically, like, she picked up the smartphone that had fallen to the floor when she'd stumbled out of bed. She opened the screen with trembling hands. On the screen was... Senri Minamisawa. Senri Minamisawa Kodomomomo.ne.jp, no group default ringtone. Oh, her friend from the past, yeah. Friendly looking nighttime Shibuya building. It's fine. Sorry I'm late. Ito saw us from across the street and ran over. But he's joining this time. Sorry. No, just your voice. Oh, sorry. Ito quickly lowered his voice. Sorry for dragging you out here this hour. No, we're friends, right? I get that Nono's worried about her brother, but it's still... I don't know, it's weird that she's the only one of the group against all of this. And her last line there, talking about that hospital. Now I'm like, does she know something? It was already weird that she's the odd one out, and like the whole group is like, yeah! And she's like, no. You could definitely chalk some of it up to, could be dangerous, doesn't want brother dead. You could absolutely chalk some of it up to that, but I feel like it's gone past that. As a Reckless, oh, you have to be. They're high schoolers. They're high schoolers in a visual novel. Reckless is their middle name, all of them. If I let you go alone and something happened, the Empress would kill me. Yeah, it's true. When I heard the word Empress, I remembered how desperately Kurisu had tried to stop me. I shook my head a little to drive the image out of my mind. Yeah, so it's probably 50-50, or some amount of both. After I'd left yesterday, I'd gone straight to AH General Hospital. This time, I wouldn't be able to just blunder in like I had when I'd snuck out into the psych ward. I'd spent a whole night looking at the locations of the ER entrance and emergency exits, as well as the security system. And then I'd spent today pretending to be visiting a patient while I scouted the inside, and in the evening I headed to Serica's house. I wanted to do it alone, but I'd realized that it would be too dangerous. I needed a partner who could contact Shinjo immediately if something happened, and the only two people I could ask were Serica and Ito. I hope we can get it back. I don't know if they've got anything to do with the killer, but we can't let them keep it. Yeah, we got that weird message too. Don't make me remember, it still scares me. I'd canceled my phone contract immediately, but somehow it had called Ito. That had scared the hell out of me. And unlike older cell phones, a smartphone was filled with personal information. There's no way I could let them keep it.
それにさ、あれには
And it's got something important on it, too. What does?
素直じゃないのって
It's not good to lie, I think. You should try to make no one happy since she's hurt. That's true. Yet, Ramen. Yet. Well, that's just like you, though.
悪かったな。
Sorry.
んじゃ、行こうぜ。
Okay, let's go. According to the data you gathered, it's about time for the guards to change shifts. Yeah. That said, maybe after 2 games, so like, let's move on to something different. We nodded to each other and jogged all the way along the wall surrounding the H Tokyo General Hospital. So far, so good. Actually, this is better than I expected. Ito was right. Getting into the hospital had proven easier than planned. A big part of it was that I had memorized the way in, but the biggest advantage we had was that the rear staff entrance was unlocked for some reason. If that had been locked, we would have had to go through the ER entrance. That would mean we'd probably be caught by the staff, but just as I was starting to worry, Sarika turned the doorknob and told me it was unlocked. The door was unlocked again, just like before, huh? Maybe that's his psychic power. Doors he wants to go through tend to be unlocked. That's it. That's his psychic power. I suddenly remembered what had happened when I'd first snuck into the psych ward and almost stopped for a second to think. But then I drove the idea from my mind. I needed to focus on getting the phone right now. The power to unlock, yes. It was nighttime at the hospital, and this wasn't a ward where patients were kept. The lobby was pitch dark. Yeah, unintentional lockpicking 100. He accidentally installed a mod that instantly lockpicked any door, like hassle-free, but like didn't realize he did it. What is the secret to his powers? Who knows? I mean, it's mind bullets, obviously. Sometimes I could hear a strange, unpleasant sound, like 2 pieces of metal touching. We dropped down low and tried to move quietly. Someone could spot us at any moment. It was the middle of autumn, and I could still feel cold sweat running down my back. The question is where the phone actually is, right? Yeah. That girl was definitely the one who picked it up, which meant that finding her would be the fastest way, but I had no way of knowing where she was. But that doesn't mean we can search the whole hospital from top to bottom. Where were we when we ran into her last time? I retraced our steps on that day. First we'd hidden in the bathroom, and then we went to the psych ward. Yeah, at least all of those have the third eye too. It seems fairly standard. Sorry, nose. Alright, a little better. Hope that works. Probably won't. Thanks, body. I love it. Yeah, no, that makes sense to see him as forehead lines. That's where we'd seen the sumo stickers drawn on the walls in blood. Does that mean we need to head there first? No, I don't think we need to go that far. And I don't want to go back there. When we escaped from the hospital ward, we used the emergency stairs. We went all the way to the bottom, which is where I dropped my phone, and she picked it up. Which means we need to go to the emergency stairs. Which ones? Well, I was in such a hurry to get out of there that I don't really remember. Excuse me. I hadn't been able to remember when I'd been scouting the place out this afternoon either. Excuse me, dang. I think it's that one, maybe? Sarika started to move forward, looking around as she walked. Do you remember? No, it's just a hunch, but Serica walked forward hesitantly. We followed.
ここか
I hate my nose. Like, I'm not sick. I feel fine. My nose is just stuffed, and I wish it wasn't. When I have a night full of reading stuff, being able to breathe through your nose even slightly is a glorious thing. And not being able to is highly distracting. I'm still going to blame it on the weather. It's the high-low temps day after day. Here? Maybe not.
いやそうだったか
No,
もしれ
it
ない
might have been. There was a steel door to the emergency stairs in front of us. I turned the knob and softly pushed it. Yeah, I guess the psychic power really would just be doors tend to not be locked. Which is the psychic power, according to this. It was a little heavy, but it opened without catching on anything. This one wasn't locked either, evidently. Emergency exits on the ground floor should always be locked. Like, there's no reason for it to be unlocked and give you access from the ground floor, when what you'd be trying to do would be to get to the ground floor. Otherwise, that's just a security breach. Like, that's an easy way for people to get access to floors they shouldn't be able to get to. That the teleport item here power is better, clearly, yeah. The last time you said it should have been locked too, yeah. The emergency stairs stretched up and down, illuminated by the cold fluorescent lights. Oh, maybe they weren't on the first floor then, if they stretch up and down, or there's a basement. Yeah. True, and that's when you got the knocking. But you're right, that was locked. As I stared at them, I realized that I remembered coming down these stairs.
どうだ
Well?
Mm.
Yeah, this is probably the place. You're amazing, Onoe. I got a compliment. Serica grinned.
よし行こう
Okay, let's go.
あ
Yeah. I carefully walked down the dimly lit staircase. I started to get more and more nervous. Even if I'd done my homework before I'd come here, wasn't this even easier than last time? Maybe we're being led into a trap. Maybe something terrible is waiting up ahead to swallow us. I tried to shake my head and drive the thoughts out of my mind. I wonder if she's out walking somewhere again tonight. Thanks, Serica. That's helpful. Not
どうだろう
creepy. I'm not sure. What was she doing with an old woman in a dark hallway at that hour, anyway? Where did she come from? Where did she go? Where did she come from, Kanai Joe? Also, if I did run into her again, what should I do? Have you missed a choice? No, you haven't. But, you know, now we get to blame all the choices on you anyway, it's fine. Ideally, I'd get my phone back without causing too much of a fuss, but I couldn't imagine things would be that easy. For now, I thought of an escape route, but it still might be dangerous. Hey, Taku, look at that. We did get one clear delusion, but there was no choice for it. It just happened. We'd reached the end of the staircase. There was a cold steel door in front of us. There were no further stairs to go down. Past this door should be the hallway where I dropped my phone.
も
Maybe they weren't on the ground floor then. I've come this far already. I told myself that there was no time for second thoughts and nodded at Serica and Ito. Then I put my hand on the cold doorknob. And that choices must be made clearly. Fortunately, it wasn't locked either. Well, I mean, it's an emergency exit. It should lead to the ground floor, you'd think. I looked down the hallway as I listened to the loud creaking of the hinges. There's no one here, huh?
あ
Yeah. Serica and Ito both looked a little relieved. There was no one in the hallway at all. We slipped past the open doorway and proceeded down the hallway, being careful not to make any noise. Maybe it was my imagination, but the air seemed more stale here than it did upstairs. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true as well. Identical doors stretched out on either side, and there was no way to know what was in each room. Like, it might not be something he's doing, he might be being led along. That's equally as possible. The letters on the plates were too small to read in the dim light unless you squinted. He's like, damn it, if only I had my cell phone light! I got close to one to try to read it when...
おい
Hey, someone's coming! Sarah and I jumped at Ito's words. I listened carefully, and sure enough, from behind I heard. Very slow footsteps, and not just one pair. They were slow, as if only taking one step at a time. I knew those footsteps. Those footsteps were... It's them! We need to hide somewhere. But where? The door to the emergency exit was the same way the footsteps were coming from. There was no time to get back there now. This door's open. I stood inside the door directly next to us. Just before I did, though, I saw the horrible words written on the plate next to the door. What is this place? Oh, a locker room? She's not wrong. She's not incorrect. But I don't think it's a locker room for what she thinks it is. The walls were covered in steel cabinets. They were just big enough for someone to lie down in. This place was... Oh, I know. Maybe we can hide inside these. Bad idea. Sarah put her hands on one of the cabinet doors. Hey, wait! The words on the plate had read... Autopsy room. Which meant that what was inside was... No! Oh no, wait, that's... Huh? Oh. I closed my eyes, imagining what I was about to see inside. What's wrong, Taku? Huh? I opened my eyes, and when she spoke and saw there was no one. No, nothing inside. This is a strange locker, huh? Oh no, this isn't a locker, it's... I whispered to her, and she went pale. Ito must have figured it out too, because so did he. No way am I hiding in here. Let's find someplace else. Yeah. The footsteps were still approaching from down the hallway. Why? Like, I get that it's creepy, so they want to hide from them, but like, they also have his cell phone. Wasn't the point to confront them and get cell phone back? Yeah, she really does have no fear in the weirdest moments. I think it's just because the two brain cells don't connect at that moment, and for some reason it felt like they were coming towards this room. You're kidding me, why would they be coming to the autopsy room? This wasn't a place that anyone would ordinarily choose to visit. Ito was panicking too. Mashiro, what do we do? They're coming this way. I listened carefully again. There's no doubt. Yeah, true, but he was scared of her before he decided to come here and get the phone, so... Mind you, minutes before, but still. The footsteps were definitely coming this way. I didn't see any place in the room we could hide, except one. Damn it. Come on, we have to hide in here. Sarika was shaking a little, but she put her hand on one of the cabinet doors. You idiot, not there, we can hide somewhere else. Where? Where else? I looked around and didn't see any other place in the room where the three of us could hide. Question. Do those doors open from the inside, in case? We need to hurry before they get here. Yeah. I don't have a choice. I had to do it. If the lamp in the cabinet was green, did that mean it was empty? Or did it mean the opposite? I felt all the hairs on my neck stand on end, but still managed to pull open a door. Thankfully, there was nothing inside. Sarika was normally a ditz, but at times like this she was really courageous. Her whole body was shaking, but she managed to jump in first. Taku, there's room for one more in here. Oh. Huh? I'm scared to be on my own, please. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, legitimately. She grabbed my hand from inside. She was right. Since Sarika was so small, there was room for another person in here. Ito, sorry, but 3 people can't fit in here. You take the next one. You know, also fair. That's a completely understandable reaction. Yeah. I can't let Onoe be by herself. I don't want to be alone in a place like this either. And then the footsteps outside stopped. Just as I expected, they stopped right outside this door. I felt a terror like someone was pointing a cold knife at my back. Wait a moment, please. I'll open the door. I heard a voice outside.
もうダメだ。とにか
There's
く
no time. Just get in, Ito.
いや、
No, wait, don't. I ignored Ito, yanked open the door next to mine, and then I pushed him in head first.
いいから早く。
Just hurry. So much for silence, I guess. Ito had his hands over his mouth to desperately stifle a scream. Couldn't stop the scream. Realized he had to try. Yeah, it's a small girl and like an elderly woman. You got this. You can kind of just run. As soon as he was all the way inside, I shut the door. It would be really bad if it was closed all the way, so I left him a little gap. Then I crouched inside and stood next to Serica.
よし、閉めるぞ。
Okay, I'm shutting it. Okay. I brought the door closed, leaving just enough of a gap that it couldn't be seen from the outside. I wonder if the girl was just going to be like, whoops, kick, latch it shut. The inside of the cabinet was hard and cold. Made sense, since no one who was here would ever complain. Nice ribbon, thanks. Since I was pushed up against Serica, the parts of my body that were touching hers felt strangely warm. That's how human warmth do. Yo. That's true, they'd be screwed, yeah. But we didn't have time to enjoy each other's warmth. I looked outside, holding my breath to make as little noise as possible. Just a moment later, they came inside. There were 5 or 6 of them. I was sure it would be all old people, but some of them were middle-aged or young men. If it was just old people, I was planning on stealing it by force if I had to, but that was impossible now. Yeah, no, I thought it was just the 2, but what were they doing in a place like this? And then I started to wonder again. A sudden, horrible fantasy made my whole body shiver. Were they already dead, and this was where they slept? That was impossible. This wasn't a horror movie or something, right? I tried to tell myself I was being silly, but I could tell I was shaking. Serica was probably no different. She was clinging to me like a little child. I'm scared. I'm scared. Honestly, you should be. And then I remembered. This was a lot like what happened before, when the 2 of us had seen that terrifying sight as children. What? Oh, that terrifying sight, yeah. At some point, I started holding her back. It's okay, I'm here. It'll be just fine. I squinted into the darkness. I could see several shadows moving about. The strange men and... Huh? One of them was clearly different than the others. That small girl. Fun times with science, yeah. You could almost call it a science adventure. It's her. She slowly walked across the room, straight towards where we were hiding. Oh no. Did she find us? My heart started to pound faster, but it seemed that wasn't the case. She found Ito! The men followed her across from my field of vision and stopped in a corner in front of an empty wall. Excuse me. What are they doing? She opened what looked like a small breaker box on the wall. You know, those things with a yellow warning sign and black or red text that reads, "Danger, high voltage." And then she took something out of her pocket and slid it inside the box. There was a loud noise on the other side of the wall. Huh? The girl shut the door to the breaker box, and then put her hand on the wall and slid it to the side. Oh. Secret hospital basements are normal. The wall opened easily, as if it was weightless. It must have been some kind of sliding door. She led the men inside and vanished. This bodes super ill, right? Yeah, nothing bad here. The wall closed and the dissection room was quiet again.
隠し
A
扉
secret
だったの
door.
か。
びっくりしたね。
That was scary, huh?
あ
Yeah, we're okay
あ、もう
now.
大丈夫だ。
I waited for a while to make sure she wasn't coming back, then finally opened the cabinet door. Serica and I crawled out.
は
Whew. Took a deep breath of air in my lungs.
なんかここって秘密基地みたい。
This place is like some kind of secret base.
あ、そうだな。
Yeah. Why would they build a huge mechanism like this? What was going on at that hospital? What was on the other side of that wall?
おい、伊藤。もう
Hey,
出てき
Ito,
ても
it's
平
safe
気
to
だ
come
ぞ
out. I knocked softly on the door to Ito's cabinet. What?
しんちゃん。
Ito leapt out of the cabinet. His face was pale and his hand was over his mouth.
し
Shh,
静かに
be
して。
quiet. He crouched down to the ground, trying his best not to scream. It was only then that I realized that the cabinet I stuffed Ito in was over. Oh. Poor Ito. It's already occupied. I could see that the lamp above the door was red. I hadn't had time to check, but still, that was a horrible thing to do to someone. No, that's...
しんちゃん。
Shin, are you okay? Love how, like, he was stuffed in a cabinet next to a dead body that was probably cut open, but we're gonna have this, like, music. It's fine. Shin, are you okay?
すまない
Like, it's not
非常事態だったん
happy
だ
music per se, but it's definitely not sad music. Sorry, it was an emergency.
非常事態
If it wasn't an emergency, you'd be dead by now, asshole.
ほんと悪い。
Really, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a hard thing to forgive. Like, emergency or not, like, that's a lot. Forget it. Let's go. Come on. Ito staggered to his feet. No, he didn't. But then he collapsed to the floor. I waited for him to calm down and then opened the door to the breaker box like the girl had done.
隠し扉だっ
A
て
secret door.
あ
Yeah. I looked deep inside the box. There was an RFID scanner like the ones used at train turnstiles inside.
あ、これじゃカ
We
ード
can't
がない
open
と
this without the
開かない
card. That wasn't good. What should we do now? I hadn't anticipated this, but then Serica, who had been fiddling around with different parts of the wall, let out a small cry.
なんだ
What is it?
これちゃんと閉まって
Doesn't
ない
look like
の？
this was shut right.
何
What? Serica pointed at her feet. The wall was set to slide upon rails on the floor, but some kind of cloth had gotten stuck and jammed them, so the door wasn't shut all the way. Huh, yeah. Another door that should be closed and locked, that's not. Hmm.
伊藤、手を貸せ。
Ito, help me.
OK
Ito's like, no. Honestly, I feel like Ito gets a free pass for like a month. Straight up. Just, nope, I'm not doing anything. You're doing everything for me. You locked me in a locker with a dead body. Sorry, but no. The two of us yanked the door to the side. We heard a loud clunk, like something was unlocking, and then the wall started to slide open. Well, yeah, but if you only have 10% luck, you have at least 20% skill and 15% concentrated power of will, 30% pleasure, 20% pain, and a 100% chance to remember the name, so it all adds up. One of the men had dropped a handkerchief or something on the rails. When Serica pulled it off the door, it began to move more freely. All that was left was to slide the door open. It's a good karaoke song. We do that one sometimes. And beyond it was
また階段だぜ
more stairs. Ominous stairs. Suspicious stairs. Stairs. I could see stairs going down. There was a sub-basement below the hospital basement. The place was protected by very elaborate camouflage. I'm sure only happiness is down there, right?
や
The
ばい
fact that it
雰囲気
is
だな
super well guarded, hidden in the morgue of a hospital, accessed only by a special key card, hidden in a breaker box, and the one flashback scene we keep seeing of this hospital, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's so fine. This place seems pretty dangerous.
どうする？
What do we do, Taku? He just...
ここまで来たんだ。
Ito, can you take a peek, see if you see anything down the stairs? Pushes him down the stairs just to see. And a small child has access of all things. Yeah. Yeah. We've come this far. I'm going down. Yeah, hospital's bad, science bad. Yeah. Down there, somehow, some way is grim. Yeah, nobody's ever suffered in them. Yeah. To be honest, I was terrified at what I might find down there. Rightfully so. But this was something I had to do no matter what. For just a moment, I thought of Kurisu. Yeah, she's gonna be super disappointed, but you know,
以上はやめて。
it's fine. Hospitals are house of flincers. That should definitely be the tagline. Hospitals, basically a house of flincers.
尾上、
Oh no, wait, Ito, you guys can stay here.
冗談じゃねえ。
Hell no. Ito looked at the cabinets on the wall and moaned a little.
私も行く。
I'm going too. I have to protect you if you need it.
逆だろ。
You mean I need to protect you? Which of us was shaking back there? Yes.
そんなことしてないもん。
I was not. Which of us was shaking back there? Yeah, both. We all looked at each other and nodded a little, then began to descend the staircase. As we went down, it got darker, and the air got heavier and more humid.
大丈夫か、尾上。
Oh no, wait, you okay?
うん。
Yeah. And after we'd gone down for a few minutes, okay, so we're not talking like directly below, we're talking like stairs down. We ran into a door. We'd probably gone down about a floor. Oh, they were just going slowly. Got it. Okay. I turned the knob and it opened easily. Maybe it hadn't been locked to begin with. Maybe. Honestly,
ここ。
if I was designing this place, I wouldn't set that door to have high security. Like, it was the above one that was camouflaged and high security. Like, I wouldn't even put a lock on this one at that rate. If you got through the first one, you're getting through. What is this place? It was dimly lit, musty-smelling hallway. It was clear that the place hadn't been abandoned and that there wasn't a layer of dust everywhere. Yeah, like, no need to make this one a high-security door. It even felt like it had been cleaned. But it felt so old. There was a sense of desolation, as if no one had wanted us to use this place for anything in a very long time. Had it been like this since the hospital above us was built? And this air, I knew it. The sides of my head started to hurt as the horrible memories came back.
ね
Hey, Taku, is this? Yeah. Serika seemed to remember too. That's right, this was the place. How did they get down here as kids? I don't know how we'd done it, but when we were kids, the two of us had snuck in here, into the basement of AH Tokyo General Hospital. We were trying to investigate an urban legend about Amy, and then Serika and I found Amy, I guess. We'd seen it. Tried to avoid thinking about it as much as I possibly could, but I'd failed. The memory would come back to me, then fade and then come back again. As I'd grown up, I'd even tried to convince myself that I'd never seen anything at all. But I'd failed at that too. It was unreal, like something out of a nightmare, but something in my heart told me that it was real. And it was real after all. Happiness. Yes, it was real. I was sure of it. Help me. Good question. Taku, let's go. I don't like this place. Let's go.
おい、
What's
ど
gotten
うした
into
ん
you
だよ
two?
二人とも。
Ito realized that there was something wrong with Serika and I and tried to pull us back up the stairs. But we couldn't do that. There was suddenly footsteps behind us. Oh joy. I don't actually hear anything. It's subtitled, but like, I could hear what sounded like the panting of a beast behind me. Sorry, y'all. It's game over, I guess. I could feel its warm, stinking breath on my neck. Something's there.
何か。
I couldn't turn around. I wanted to fall to the ground in terror, But if I did that, I knew somehow that the thing behind me would attack. Haku? Suddenly I heard Serika's thin, frail voice. She should have been right next to me, but for some reason I couldn't see her.
Oh no.
Onoe? Help me. And then her voice cut off. Then there was the sound of something being crushed. And then the sound of what sounded like someone kneading a ball of meat. And mixed with it was the sound of snapping bones. Ito turned around and suddenly froze with terror. Maeshiro, what is that? What the hell is that? No, you idiot, don't look. If you look, it'll kill you. Oh, it's an Enderman, okay. So don't look. A bloody piece of meat fell to the ground at our feet. It was what used to be Serika. Ito screamed. I couldn't help myself. I turned around to look at what he was seeing. What I saw was... Oh no. He was standing there, moaning in a voice that was filled with hatred and pain. Oh, you're just gonna... That's just how you're gonna... Oh, at least it didn't cut, per se. That actually, it reminds me very strongly of a monster from Silent Hill 4. Very strongly. It's definitely different. Hold on. It's a very specific... There you go. Just do that. Instead of a long Google image. But like, straight up immediately thought of this creature from Silent Hill. Oh, okay. What was that? What the hell was that? A giant woman with a head like a sumo sticker. Hair, uniform, and lab coat. Yeah. It's almost like a bad joke. I wanted to laugh. This hilarious looking monster was going to be what killed me? The hell kind of death was that? That's right. Laugh. If you laugh, that thing isn't scary at all. I mean, he's lost it, but can you blame him? The giant woman's hand stretched out for me. Excuse me. As it moaned in pain, its arms moved to crush me. And suddenly, my vision went black. I couldn't see anything. Then I realized it had probably crushed my eyes. Also, hey Birdie. Welcome to Happy Fun Times, the video game. How you doing tonight? Whew. That hilarious looking sumo sticker woman had crushed my eyes. I was going to be torn apart like Serika and killed. We can hope maybe it's all been a delusion and he'll snap out of it. Oh, is it the same voice actor? Okay. I haven't seen ReZero either, though it's something I've been meaning to watch. I have no strongly negative or positive intentions for Sword Art Online, but ReZero has caught my eye. The problem is I just don't watch anime anymore. Not intentionally, I just don't have time. Doing good, other than game going dark, you know. But as life goes, doing good. It was the funniest thing in the world. Could you even imagine anything stupider? Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly I heard a sharp voice next to me. Something moving over my mouth to stop me from laughing. Ooh. I was grabbed from behind. Thin but powerful arms were wrapped around my neck. It hurt. I couldn't breathe.
おとなしくしろ。
Stay quiet. Don't make any more loud noises. I mean, he won't be able to make any more noises if we keep choking him out. If you promise to stay quiet, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll choke you until you pass out.
このまま締め落とす。
Oh, he plays a bad guy. It's not super. Okay, gotcha. Again, haven't seen either of them, so wouldn't know. I nodded as hard as I could, and then the hands around my neck relaxed, and it became much easier to breathe. She's like, that's a loud noise. Snaps his neck. My vision came back at the same time. Whoever had grabbed me had covered my eyes as well as my mouth. They hadn't been crushed after all. Where's that woman? Where's that monster?
だから落ち着け。
Calm down, I said. I doubled over in pain as she punched me in the stomach. I could feel stomach acid coming up into my throat and burning it. Oh, it's an awful feeling. But the pain made my head feel much clearer. When I looked up, I didn't see a monster with the head of a sumo sticker anymore. Just a dark, musty hallway. Huh? What? Was that just a hallucination? 2 exclamation points. Also, Crescent, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in chat. Oh, hey, they ain't dead. Taku just says twice in recent times where he's just seen things. Cool. So you got Totsu. I mean, yeah, mentally, I guess. Are you okay? Oh, Ito, what did I... He had some kind of fit, and he started to yell.
私たちも
We almost panicked too, and then Kunosato came to help us.
野里さん
Kunosato? Kunosato, wasn't that... Oh, right, the girl who was with Shinjo.
まったく
Goddamn amateurs, what are you even doing in a place like
こん
this?
なところで何をしてる
Yeah, I remember that cold voice. I looked back at the speaker.
やっぱり
Yeah, that's her.
この人か
お前たち
Doesn't look like someone brought you here, which means...
まさか
Did you sneak in here? How? I mean, it was incredibly easy. Literally every door opened in our way. It couldn't have been easier. We could have tripped and fallen and probably made it down here just by our trajectory of, like, falling over ourselves. Yeah, sorry, still knows. Still annoying. Still there. Did you sneak in here? How?
どうって
How?
私たちですら
Even we had a hell of a time getting the key to this place. So how did you get in
知ら
here?
れたんだ
Happy accidents all the way down.
と
Sure, we had a bit of a bad time in the autopsy room. Well, one of you had a bit of a bad time, but it hadn't really been hard to get in here. None of the doors had been locked. When I told her that, Kunosato glared at us with suspicious eyes. You're a psychic too.
さん
You're a psychic, Harry. Kunosato?
まあいい
Whatever. Anyways, you're in the way.
とにかく邪魔だ
Go home.
今すぐ帰れ
おいおいそりゃないだろ
Alright. Come on, you can't do that to us. I appreciate you saving us, but you can't just...
邪魔者扱いとか
The next instant, Kunosato had closed the gap between Ito and herself and started strangling him. She's really serious about the
と言ったのが聞こえなかった
indoor library voice rule. I told you not to make noise. Did you not hear me? Ito nodded, tears coming out of his eyes. I could understand why. Didn't know how she could just store so much power in her tiny body, but I just felt it for myself. Ito rubbed his throat in pain as she let him go. You know who they should have brought with them, who wouldn't have made a sound?
邪魔だ帰れ
I'll say it again. You're in the way. Now go. The voice was intimidating enough that I almost obeyed, but we'd come here for a reason. And... yeah, and that. This place had something to do with our past. She'd have been perfect. If I could, I wanted to find out what happened then. Maybe we could get rid of the nightmare that had been making us suffer for so long. It seems way more likely they're gonna make it worse. Right? Right? So even though she scared me, I needed to tell her straight.
僕たち
I
は
We're
私たちは
here because we have something we have to do. We can't just go home because you tell us to.
尾上
Onoe? That's what I was trying to say.
尾上
Onoe? You're Onoe Serika?
尾上
Yes, that's right. I don't necessarily like the fact that she knows her name. Huh. What is it?
いや
Nothing. Just leave.
危険なのは分か
I
って
know
ま
it's
す
dangerous, but we have to.
誰がお前たちの
Who
心
said I
配を
was
して
worried
いる
about you?
私は私の
I'm
目
here
的
for
があ
my
ってこ
own
こにいる
reasons. I don't want you screwing up and keeping me from doing what I came here to do. I
そ
don't
の
care
目
about
的の遂行
you.
を邪魔されて
But
は
if they
困る
catch you, maybe they'll know that I'm here. How cold. Why are you here then?
お前たちには関係ない
It's got nothing to do with you. She turned around and started to walk away.
いえいい
Fine,
ですよ
we'll do what we want
だったら
then.
しますから
We will.
何
What? She turned around and stared at us. Her glare was like a fierce panther's. I swallowed my words, but Serika didn't.
理由も話せない
We're
ような
not
人
going
の
to
言う
leave
こと
if you
にな
won't
って
even tell us
従いません
why.
貴様
You.
さあタク
Come on, Taku, Shin. Let's hurry and get that phone back.
あ
Yeah.
やっぱ女って
Man, women are strong when it counts,
強
huh?
えな
Ito whispered in my ear.
ち
Fine. Follow me then. Just do what I tell you, okay?
いいんすか
Is that alright? No, but you don't leave me with a choice. Ito had become very polite towards her after she strangled him. I mean,
時間がないんだ
there's no time, and it's taken a lot of careful investigation to get this
ここま
far.
で慎重に調査を進め
I
て
don't
き
want you
た
getting found or causing a fuss and then ruining everything.
騒ぎを起こされでもしたら
Her arrogant manner was almost enough to make me talk back to her, but then I realized something. If she'd done a lot of careful investigation, that meant she had information we didn't. So wouldn't it be better to pretend to obey for now? Or work together? Like,
最後にはこっちが利用
and
し
then
て
in the end, we can use you.
話は終わりだ
We're done talking. Follow me along the wall. No loud noises or talking.
大きな音や声は出
She
す
looked
な
down the hallway and then moved over to the wall. And then she started to move quickly and quietly. I made eye contact with Ito and Serika, then followed her. The further down the hallway we went, the darker it got. The lights were sporadically placed, and half of them were burnt out. You had to look carefully to see more than a few meters ahead. The only things that had to guide me were the black-haired girl in front of me and the wall that I was touching with my hand. The wall hadn't been repaired for a long time. In some places the paint had fallen off, and in parts the steel beams underneath were exposed. This place must have been built a long, long time ago. Man, like, I feel like weirdly falling apart hospital basements with long passageways connecting to potentially other places really ticks the Kingdom Hospital and Silent Hill checkboxes. We walked through the underground labyrinth as quietly as we could. None of my 5 senses were of any use to me now, and I had no idea where I was or how I'd gotten there. But Kunosato seemed to know exactly where she was going. Looking back, maybe we were lucky to meet her. What's that? I had no idea how long we'd been walking, but we finally came to a part of the hallway with rows of doors on the opposite wall. The doors were made of steel and looked very strong. On the upper part of each was what looked like a number plate. There were tiny windows on the doors, but they had thick bars on them. They looked like the solitary confinement cells I'd seen on a TV show once. Even more creepy, yeah, Sub-basement, secret, hidden away hospitals. Are there people in here? No, no way. The space beyond the bars was pitch black, and I couldn't tell if there was anything inside.
なんか気味悪いな
Just that, Ito? I think everything since you've been locked in a hecking tight, confined area with a dead body has been kind of creepy.
だから
Shut up and keep walking.
すいません
She just teleports behind him, chokes him again. Sorry. Ito quickly apologized, but Kunosato turned around, walked onto him, and wrapped her hand around his throat again. Oh.
そ
I'm not playing around here. You're going to get killed. And if you want it to happen from me, fine. Ito nodded again and again until she finally glared at him one last time and let him go. He says, thank you. She just chokes him again. Whew. He put his hand in his throat and moaned a little. It was obvious that Kunosato wasn't messing around. I mean, while it seems that way, also, like, I feel like it's a good way to just be like, no, I'm going to stop talking now. Yep. Maybe this place was more dangerous than I thought. Maybe. I thought she was fairly clear about that really from the get-go. Uh-oh. Suddenly I heard the sound of someone pounding the door from the inside. Well, someone was inside? What the hell's going on? Man, Ito just wants to get choked. You're right. He clearly does. Be quiet. Don't make a fuss. But... We almost screamed, but when we saw Kunosato's glare, we quickly put our hands over our mouths. What the hell was that voice? Oh no, no! Sarika tugged frantically at my arm. Happy fun times in the hospital sub-basement. Then Ito grabbed onto me too. I wanted to cling to someone too, but there was no one for me to grab. Look, I can see eyes behind the door. What? I looked over where Ito was pointing and tried to see for myself, but I couldn't see anything. You're imagining it, man. No, I'm sure I saw them. Those were definitely eyes. But whose eyes were those eyes? Now there was singing. I could hear a girl singing in a tiny, barely audible voice. Creak, creak. A woman was pushing an old baby carriage down the hallway towards us. She was the one singing. How about no? Yeah, how? Sarika and Ito cringed in terror. My heart was beating so fast and so loud that I could hear the sound echoing in my ears. Don't move. Get up close to the wall. Stay put. She can't see us. But... do it. Don't talk. Kunosato pushed her back up against the wall and stopped breathing. We did the same, our bodies shaking with fear as we moved. You want me to sing some more, right? Creak, creak. The sound of the creaking old carriage got closer and closer as the woman passed near us. Kunosato was right. Her eyes were hazy and out of focus, and she didn't seem to notice us. But she was only a meter away. Slowly, slowly, she sang as she pushed the carriage right past us. Ito was so terrified his body started to spasm. He gave a small cry. No, that's how your brain should be working right now. Yeah? The woman stopped right in front of us and slowly turned around. This is very much some Silent Hill stuff right here. Yeah. Her empty eyes stared at us, and then slowly, jerkedly, like a broken machine, she tilted her head. One of these nights for a Discord stream, I'm gonna have to, especially in Halloween, I'm gonna have to show Jacob's Ladder. I only discovered it because I found out it was an inspiration for Silent Hill, and like, oh boy howdy is it when you watch it. We clung to the wall and held our breath, unable to move a muscle. We were too scared to even close our eyes. I couldn't take anymore. I wanted out. I wanted to get away from here. I should also finish 4. We did Silent Hill 2 and 3 on stream, and we started 4, but we never finished it. If I stayed here another minute, I was going to go crazy. And if I really wanted to hammer a point home, I could play literally any Silent Hill after 4 and be like, look what happened to my precious. The woman stared at us for what felt like hours, but then she looked forward once more, as if nothing had happened, and started to walk away. That's the saddest of them all. And that's saying something. Well, this is just wonderful. It's like more Yakuza. We almost collapsed to the ground in relief. I'm pretty sure there's no pachinko emulator out there. I'd be willing to bet that doesn't exist. I couldn't take my eyes off her as she disappeared into the darkness. I couldn't tell. You could definitely make the argument for it, but I really couldn't make it out clearly, and they played it a few times. I'd say it's possible, but I don't feel confident being like, yes, but it could be. Do you understand what kind of place you're in now? We're in hell. Even if we've been almost crushed by the terror, Kunosato had been completely calm. I don't care if you want to go home. It's too late now. That room is what we're here for. Kunosato moved away from the wall and stared straight in front of us. That room? I followed her gaze to a pair of double doors in the darkness. They were different than the others. They looked like the doors to a normal lab. Oh, I'm sure it'll be normal. Come on, don't fall behind. You know what? We haven't saved all night. Also, I haven't had a refreshing sip of Mountain View, which I'm sure Taku would love to have right about now. Turns out he actually has one on his person, but he undoes the cap, and just the sound of like opening a soda draws all attention. Oh no, I noticed when they showed it. I saw the name of the chapter. Did not go past me. No. I'm sure it's fine. Kunosato headed towards the doors, seeming completely unafraid. Like, they thought they could just slip it past with the whole giant monster in a mask thing. But no, I saw the chapter name. Serika's legs were shaking too much for her to move, so Ito and I helped her as we followed. When we got to the door, Kunosato took out what looked like a keycard from her skirt pocket. This door had a modern electronic lock, unlike the others we'd seen so far. She put the keycard up to the reader, and the door swung open silently. She disappeared into the room, and we quickly followed. Sure, it's going to be a happy room full of good times. I'm sure. We all gasped as we entered the room. An entire wall of the room was lined with monitors. They were probably set up to observe something, but every one of them was off, so there was no way to tell what. But it was hard to believe that someone would set up something like this in a normal hospital. Hey.
Hi.
Yes. Kunosato turned towards Ito and gave him an order in a flat, emotionless voice. You can at least stand guard, right? Listen for any sounds outside the door. Let me know if anyone comes. Excuse me. Give Ito PTSD. Oh, I mean, they are all having a bad time. I mean, I guess she's having the least bad time, but she has to babysit 3 kids now, so still probably not good. Roger. Kunosato nodded, looked around the room, and then headed straight for a computer. He took a look at the wiring behind it and then flipped the power switch. The machine started to make a low noise. It works? You can tell by looking at it, right? It's a computer, but is it okay to just boot it up like that? Why? Because if it's connected to the net, they might know you turned it on. Don't worry, I've confirmed that it's a standalone system. A computer that is isolated from any other computers or networks. Before the broad induction of modems and the internet, almost all home PCs were standalone. But now, standalone machines are almost never seen except in special cases. It's only standalone because it's got a complex about it, it's fine. Oh, that explained it. If that was true, at least we wouldn't have to worry about someone seeing it from the outside. But the horror! Windows 95 is fine. We need, like, Windows Vista or something. Windows 7. The real good stuff. Did you think that any ideas you could come up with? I wouldn't have come up with already? Don't insult me like that. She was as obnoxious as ever. Neither of us knew the first thing about you, though. So can you really blame us? Was something that neither Ito nor I could say. The OS on the computer booted up. I looked at the screen and saw Kunosato was entering some kind of password. The password was accepted and the screen filled with several folders. She opened them up and began carefully checking the contents of each one. Unfortunately, many of the files were written in English, and we had no idea what they said. Damn, the English always make it so we can't read anything. Kunosato, however, was reading through each one and nodding. Yeah, because she went to school in America. This whole folder's got a password on it, which means this is where. She seemed to be trying to unlock the password at incredible speeds. Hey. What? You ever see her at school? No. Why? She was at school wearing our uniform, so she's probably a student, but I guess you've never seen her either, huh? Are you serious? Ito seemed more shocked than I expected. You're kidding, right? You're telling me I missed a pretty girl like that? Ito, really? Right now, in this moment, that's where things go for you? You've been locked in. You know what? Fine. It's fine. You really... I guess so. Not only was she attractive, she seemed incredibly smart, and she had an arrogant attitude that made her nothing like the other students. If she'd been coming to school, she would have stood out in both a good and bad way. But Ito didn't know her? What are you looking at? Sarika asked the question that both Ito and I had been too afraid to ask. I was sure she'd been told to shut up, but... What they're doing here at this facility. She answered Sarika's question much more easily than I expected. Then maybe I could ask something too. Does this facility have a place where somebody can, like, leave lost and found items, like a cell phone or something? Or does it have something to do with the hospital? I told you to shut up. Damn it. Why was I getting treated so differently? Was it because Sarika was a girl? Yeah, she hasn't choked Sarika yet, so you know. Was she one of, you know, those types? Don't tell me she normally dresses up and acts like a boy. I don't think that's where he was going. I thought he was going with just hated guys, but, you know. That explained why Ito didn't know her. Kunosato ignored me and typed in a series of commands, then opened what looked like a top-secret file. They all look like top-secret files. Look at this facility. Everything is top-secret about this. And then... That's it. She smiled for the first time I've ever seen and clicked on a file. And then something appeared on the screen. Was it some kind of drawing? It was a strange picture drawn in ink and paint. What is this, a scribble? No, that's... I'd seen it somewhere before. That's right, a Rorschach test. I remembered reading about them in the issue of Cool Cat Press. Oh my god, I can't believe Cool Cat Press is being relevant. Why? 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 Huh? You may look stupid, but I guess you do have some bare minimum of knowledge. It's sending secret coded messages out that only cool cats can understand. I wasn't sure if it was that I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult. Yes. A Rorschach test? Some kind of personality test, right? She's plot relevant somehow. True, yeah. That's right, you look at a meaningless drawing made from ink stains, and what you see reveals things about your personality and how you think. More precisely, you use ink splashed on a folded paper to create a symmetrical picture. Just like Kunosada said, all the pictures on the screen were almost perfectly symmetrical. But there's doubts as to whether the Rorschach test actually functions as a psychoanalytical tool. Kunosada was studying the screen intently, which means this is a psych ward, like the one upstairs? Very exactly like the one upstairs. I mean, to be fair, the one upstairs had bloody drawings all over the wall, so maybe they're more similar than you might think. If that was the case, I could imagine what these monitors were there for. They were to look at each of the patient's rooms. That would mean that this was a medical facility that treated illnesses. At least, that's what I wanted it to mean. Because that thing that Sarah and I had seen as a child, that strange atmosphere that we'd sensed, yeah, and that voice, which I could still hear in my ears. Save me. We abandoned her and ran away from this place. So if that wasn't some kind of torture chamber, and this place was actually curing her, Sarah and I could be free of the guilt that that had been with us for so long. But my hopes... No, this place isn't anything like that. Were quickly dashed by Kunosada's answer. Shocking. She opened another folder. He's really trying. It was filled with reports, written in Japanese this time. Clinical trials involving intermittent pulses to the senses, electrical pulse signals to the lobes and their effects on the phenomenon. Just as I thought, they're doing clinical trials from a brain science perspective. Game is about... You wouldn't know from the current stuff happening right now, but there's a outbreak of mysterious murders happening around Shibuya 6 years after similar things happened. Very strange murders, very strange goings-on. That's the shortest version I can give. That's the most concise version. But there's an air of like supernatural stuff along with it. Though, judging by what we know of the first game, it's not supernatural per se. In the first game, they legitimately made a device that can basically control people's perceptions of reality. So, in all likelihood, the stuff that seems paranormal here is probably just ramifications of that happening in the first game. That's the best spark notes I got right now. They're only here because they snuck into this hospital once before and his cell phone got stolen. And he really wants a picture that's on that cell phone. But things are getting darker and spookier. A brain science perspective, clinical trials. Shut up, no talking. No, Noah prevented her from saying it for so long. But I think there might be a girl I know here. What? I lied. I didn't know who she was. But if I didn't lie, it didn't feel like she was going to tell me anything. Just as I expected, when she turned around I saw the first faint glimmerings of interest in me in Kunosada's face. I gave her a brief description of what I've witnessed here so long ago. Kunosada bit her lip. Her expression was different than before. But then she forced herself to look back at the computer. Yeah, that was definitely a human experiment. A human experiment? No, that meant... Yep. I mean, I get why they're guilty, but like, they were kids. What were they gonna do against what looks like 4+ adults? Like, nothing. That meant she was not having a good time, yes. That horrible vision started to eat away at me again. In the simplest terms, they were experimenting by screwing around with the human brain. Screwing around with the human brain, but you can't... I told you, this place isn't anything like what you thought it was. Kunosada was trying to keep her face as expressionless as possible. And then, the second she opened up another file, she gasped a little. I could see the words on the screen as well. Wait a second, what is this? She was completely focused on reading the report, so she didn't notice that I was looking over her shoulder as well. Clinical trials on supersensory perception. A practical approach to generation of special event fluctuations. What were event fluctuations? Kunosato clicked the mouse to move to the next page. I read along with her. Pathogenesis via visual stimulation, accuracy rating 9.25%. That's not very accurate, but like... Manifestation via induced dopamine emission in the central limbic system. Damage and removal of the hypothalamic area. No pathogenesis seen. Thought tracing, remote viewing, influence on events via amplified delusions. Over half the report was filled with specialized language that I didn't really understand. But by desperately connecting the words I did know, I managed to make some sense out of the report. And there's no way. I was stunned. Was that really possible? The girl who'd cried to us for help was being experimented on in here. And the point of those experiments was to alter the human brain to give it supernatural powers? That explained why Shinjo and Kunosato were talking about psychics. And that was the commonality that I'd suspected was lurking behind the murders. Hey! Kunosato caught me looking and threatened me in a low voice. Why? Why can't we read it too? I didn't have time to worry about that. Is this true? It's like science fiction. She looked unhappy, but gave in. The experiments seemed to have been going on for quite a while. Actually, it's safe to assume the entire point of this hospital was to camouflage these experiments. Get optic blasts? I mean, get psychic powers, I guess. Failed Gigalomania candidate? That would be entirely possible, if not likely. This whole hospital? Yeah. But is it still... Huh? Are those experiments still going on? That was true. Was she still here? No, they were cancelled after a certain event. Wonder what that event was roughly 6 years ago. Something. They were cancelled exactly 6 years ago, on November 6, 2009. That's not exactly 6 years ago, but close. Is that the day of the Shibuya earthquake? The earthquake caused too much damage for them to continue their research? No, that's not right. This hospital was well away from the epicenter. There was no damage at all. Then why? That's what I'm trying to find out. It just says, God damn it, Taku. Like, she gets it into the report and that's it. Just that one line, bold letters. No, Kunosato stopped short and clicked her tongue. I know who's behind this? Oh, of course you do. It's Wesker, and you know it. She must have decided she told us too much. Plans followed by Taku. Just stay quiet. She pushed me away from the screen, lightly. It looked like she didn't want me to read anymore. Guys, I'm super serious. This time it's actually gonna be Wesker. Huh? What's this? Kunosato's hand froze on the mouse. She was staring intently at the screen. Ugh, stupid nose. 1 second. Then she started to talk to herself. The effect of the 11th Rorschach on the brain. What? The 11th? She just knocked me away so that I couldn't see the screen, but I couldn't help but lean forward. Her voice was just that strange. What's wrong? There's only 10 Rorschach tests. I've never heard of the 11th. There's an infinite number of Rorschach tests. There's an infinite amount. You put ink on paper. Fold. Unfold. It's not different. Okay, we're just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna, Do you have an idea for the next one? What you got? Kunosato turned around and glared at me. When she did, I caught a glimpse of the monitor. The screen was filled with thumbnails of the different Rorschach tests. And Kunosada was just about to click on the mysterious 11th Rorschach. Kunosada clicked to open the file. When she did, what appeared on the screen was the sumo sticker. Fantastic. Not a great... art Resident Evil 6? Make a new... Oh, there's the 15th test made. Oh, 5. 5 was good. Yeah, I don't think I technically own it, but it goes on sale all the time. It goes on sale all the time. I haven't played that game since it released. I'd be down to play it again. I did play it co-op when I played it, and did even do most of the Mercenaries mode in it, but that was many years back. That was when I was living in... No, I want to say that was... Was that when I was living in Vermont? I think it was. A long way back still. What was going on? I felt sick. I couldn't stand. I collapsed to the floor. Felt like something was crawling up from the bottom of my intestines. Something was bugs. Tiny slimy bugs with lots of little feet were crawling up from my stomach into my throat, scattering disgusting fluids behind them as they moved. If I ever get to punch a boulder too. Wait, Wesker has a son? I was gonna ask who's the mother, but it's probably a clone. 100% probably a clone. The disgusting crawling sensation passed through my throat and out into my mouth. Some combination of Wesker and T-Virus just... Wait, hold on. Popped out off of them. The disgusting crawling sensation passed through my throat into my mouth. What the hell were these things? Stop it! Help me! An afternoon, I bet. I haven't heard anything good about 6, but I bet you it would be entertaining. But I also feel like if I was just going to play a game that was like funny bad, I would just play like Deadly Premonition or something. Sherry? What? Why? Why? I feel sick, help me. Get out of my body. Oh, I don't like this. Like, I'm sure it's just a delusion. It's all wiggly. I still don't like it. Taku, snap out of it, Taku. Pop noise. Also, hey Millie, how's it going? I always give this content warning whenever you're around for this game, but this game doesn't really pull punches for like... It won't always show graphic things, but it will absolutely describe graphic things. So, while I am glad you seem to be home from work and doing well, and the popping noise is a lot of fun, I will always give that warning to anybody that doesn't know these games for your own well-being. I have not played this game before, only the previous one in the series, so I know it can get very gruesome, but I can't be like, oh, something's going to come up, because I don't know. So, be warned. But also hope you're doing well, hope you got to eat some food and can rest up now. I mean, we know this is a delusion of his because the warbliness, but like, it's still not good. I'd feel bad not warning. Huh? Did I fall asleep? No, that wasn't it. I looked at the screen and gotten sick, and then passed out? Where was I? My head felt awfully cold. He's still hallucinating. It's Wesker. Oh, that's true. We do know it's Wesker. Feels kinda good. Could hear Serika's voice, but I couldn't see her. Where was I? Look at Shin! Ito's here? You and I are matching, Taku. Matching? What's she talking about? So clearly, the sumo stickers are just a slightly lesser version of this. Whatever like this is just causes them to straight hallucinate. So I guess they took that general design, made it not quite as powerful, and that's the sumo stickers. But clearly whatever that design was, immediately all three of them were like, started hallucinating. Not happy things. Well, Serika may be happy, I don't know. When I looked at the side and saw it, my head cleared instantly. Sarika was next to me, lying in some kind of seat I'd seen the same kind of seat I'd seen the girl in the vision sitting in. What was strange? Oh, this is not going to be good. I can already just say, no part of this when the camera pans up is going to be good. Just saying, there's a 0% chance that this is going to be good. It's still a hallucination of his. He's just hallucinating, but it ain't gonna be good. What was strange was her head. There's something on top of it, slimy and pink. No, that wasn't it. That was... they don't show it. That was her brain. The top of Sarika's skull was completely gone, with several electrodes sticking out of what remained. Oh, Ito's gone. I suddenly heard a high-pitched voice from the other side. It took some time before I realized that the voice belonged to Ito. That's how insane it sounded. I hope not Grim too. No thanks. That's a delivery. I couldn't tell if Ito was screaming in pain or pleasure. His brain was exposed, and part of it seemed to be missing. Doesn't this feel good, Taku? No. I tried to move, but I was held down tight and couldn't budge. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Don't move. I heard a cold voice from above my head. The voice was... I'll make you just like him now, so stay put. Something cold touched my head. At least that's how it felt. It felt good? Like my brain was going to melt, and soon I wasn't sure where I ended and the rest of the world began. No, we can't not delusions. So we don't really know if that affected everyone else or just him. In his delusion, it affected everyone, but like, we only saw that from his point of view. It might have only affected him. Huh? Where was I? It was back in the basement? Taku? Yeah, it seems like it was just him. Yeah. Are you okay? Huh? Yeah, I'm alright. Can you stand up? Here. Ito slowly helped me to my feet. Sorry, what happened to me? That creepy sticker suddenly appeared on the screen and you got scared. Then you tripped and hit your head? I see. I rubbed the back of my head and sure enough there was a big bump. Kunasato was staring at me from in front of the screen. That's what, his like third like uncontrollable hallucination in like the past 48 hours of in-game time. 2 of them in the past like hour. Lay off the cold pizza, you'd think. I thought she was going to complain again, but instead she pulled me up to look at the screen. She shows him the same image again to see if he has the same reaction. He just falls back again. There's something I want you to tell me. Come here. Yeah. Oh man. The last one we had any control over was was the Sora one. We will forever call it as such, by the way. Turn around. Reveal to me. Wesker. I don't think it's her. She came here to research. She came here to find out about this stuff. So, like, I'm not saying there will or won't be a Wesker. I will say I don't think it's her. She went through a lot of work to get here to find this stuff. Admittedly, by her own admission, she could be lying. Oh, if it's that sticker, I'd rather not. I don't feel well. Yeah. No, that's not it. Just come here. First you want me to not look, then you want me to look. What? Fine. Since it was clear that she wasn't going to take no for an answer, I stood next to her. This is the file I want you to look at. Yeah, and I know you tend to be correct, is the worst part. Once you get the Wesker hunt going, there tends to be a Wesker. Kunosato tapped the report on the screen with her nails. It was found that the 11th Rorschach, that image you just saw, had some kind of effect. And the first experiments were performed in 2007, it says. But the stickers showed up before the earthquake, just not in large numbers, right? Like, that was confirmed earlier. The stickers existed before the earthquake, but I guess only started getting experimented on after the earthquake? 2007 was 2 years before the Shibuya quake. Oh, never mind. That was before the earthquake. I forgot the quake was 2009. Yep, never mind. Yep, That was right about the time people started to see the sumo stickers, if I remember correctly. No, never mind, it lines up. I got it. And that was the same year we'd snuck in here to find out the truth about the urban legend of Amy. I took the mouse and read to the next part. It was found that those with the potential to cause event variations responded differently to the 11th Rorschach than other subjects. This phenomenon was first observed in subject number 79, Senri Mina Misawa. Then I stopped scrolling down the screen. There was a picture of a girl there. Well, do you know this girl? Remember her? That was the girl. That was the girl we'd seen that day. Well... Cool. Then how much of this does Nono know about? Because she specifically was like, don't go digging in the hospital. That was the girl who'd seen us and begged for help. Kunosato looked at me. This is the friend you were saying might be kept here, right? Yes. Don't look her up? Ah, yeah. I wasn't sure how to answer, but I decided to keep up the lie that she was my friend. Yeah, I could imagine that would be the first picture they'd show, because, like, that's the only image we've seen of her. The truth was, I'd only just now learned that her name was Senri Mina Miyasawa. I see. A note? Does it really baffle you that it shares the world of Gate? Note I get. Note is way more chill, except for that one scene. Overall, way more chill. Does it... Oh, it's definitely way more. Like, in terms of how fucked it is, Chaos is way over here. Steins is still more than many, and Robotics is so far fairly chill. You're right, it is still... I would find it hard to recommend Chaos as the starting point. The scene with the cliff, yeah. Who? I would say Steins Gate is absolutely the better starting point, not just because I personally love the game, though I do. I would definitely say if you were going to go through all of it, it is well worth going through the Chaos ones, with the caveat of they make Steins Gate look like happy fun times. If you're okay with that, not non-stop. The first one was non-stop. This one's had a lot more happier slice of life moments. Not as many as like Robotics, for sure. And it started strong. It started strong with guy eating own hand. So, you know. But they're about to release Anonymous Code in English, though. I mean, I doubt we're going to get it in English for like a decade. Be cool. I'll play it if they do, for sure. But, like, I'll believe it when I see it. We tend to not get visual novels. Like, we didn't get Robotics Note for years after it was released. At that point, Robotics Note, like, Elite, like, we got the Elite version. We didn't get the base version or the sequel. We had to wait till they remade it for us to get it. So, like... Oh, for sure, when it gets... Oh, I won't in any way dispute that, Potions. And anyway... like, when I see a official release date, I'll get excited. Till then, I'll be like, cool, that exists. One day. But Kunosato looked very sad. I didn't know she was even capable of looking that way. She stared at the picture of Senri Mina Misawa on the screen. after a year? Did it? I don't know. Keep in mind, we still don't have Chaos Head yet. It is finally coming out. When was it, like September or something? October? Yeah. They're getting better. Mind you, I'm still newish to the series. Like, I had played Steins Gate way back when. When it first came out on Vita was when I played Steins Gate. Or PSP. Whichever that was. That's when I first played it, and I'd watched the anime. And I played Zero when that first came out on... I think that one was Vita. But this go-through is my first time playing any of the other ones that aren't Steins. Like, these are all new to me other than Steins Gate and Zero. This is my first time going through the series as a whole, besides those. Oh yeah, you would watch the anime, yeah. I don't like you, but I'm willing to show respect for the fact that you've never forgotten your friend who suffered here. How could you not like us? You don't even know us! Huh? Her eyes grew just a little softer. But I felt a cold sweat as I looked at them. No. It wasn't out of friendship that I'd never been able to forget the girl named Senri Minamiyasawa. He's Taku. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It was because she was in my nightmare. But I couldn't say that. All I could do was try and make it hard to tell what I was really thinking. You wanted to save her, but you couldn't. But that's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. It's not it. That's not what happened. I'd been too afraid to save her, and I had abandoned her. You were a small child. There's nothing you could have done. Like, I get it. It lingers, but like... He's still... This is a drastically better Taku. He absolutely is. He's... And the more he gets into supernatural stuff and gets out of his own head and his I'm right and everyone's wrong mentality, and the fact that he has a legitimate, like, in-story reason for being that way, as opposed to the first Taku who just sucked. He has reasons. He's gone through some stuff. And, like, honestly, I get the underlying feeling that he wants to be better. Like, Taku 1 was like, this is me. I am awesome. Everything about me is awful. Yeah. This Taku's like, I've got all these problems. I've seen some bad stuff. I kind of low-key just want my friends and family back, though. Like, I'll bash him occasionally when he starts quoting Cool Cat Press, for the magazine he reads for the articles, on, like, ways to pick up women. And, like, thinking he's right-minded and everyone else is wrong-minded, but overall he still couldn't even compare to Taku 1. Funny thing, so I've been watching a lot of Mythbusters lately, and whenever they need to do an experiment that isn't contaminated by outside, like, radio frequencies or electronic signals, they do it in a shipping container. Which really makes me think that he was put there intentionally as something that might help ward off outside, signals. Which I never picked up on in the actual game itself, and I dunked on him a lot for living in that heckin' box. But, like, in hindsight, that was clearly an intentional choice that I just never even thought about. But, like, that doesn't mean I like Taku. It just means that one choice made sense as to why he'd do that. Why he'd be set up for that specifically. Still don't like Taku, though, for sure. What's she doing now, I wonder? Kunosato didn't realize what I was thinking, though. She called up more data on the girl called Senri Minamiyasawa. The scale mini-ganator. Yeah, but even like sometimes they'll just bring in a full one. They've just got a shipping container. Since she showed special symptoms in response to the 11th image, she was the subject of rather forceful experiments, but she survived. Okay, her body survived. Did her mind? Forceful experiments? That kind that could kill you? Well, she survived. Again, physically. So, I'm sure. Like, I watch the show all the time, way back when, but I've been going back through it again, slowly. I'm only on, like, season 4 or 5. Man, I love Mythbusters. it is my favorite, like, non-comedy show. For me, it'll always be like Scrubs, Parks and Rec. Those are going to be way up there forever. But I think like a non-comedy, like sitcom type show, Mythbusters. Yeah. When I heard that, I almost threw up. I did my best to keep Kunasato from finding out. But she was close to the epicenter of the Shibuya quake, and ever since then, she's been missing. Missing? No, more precisely, this facility shut down right after the earthquake, so there's no data on her. But there's a good chance that she didn't survive the quake. Yeah, none of them came out of here like happy, well-adjusted, good people. No. I see. It was horrible, but I felt a little less like throwing up. At least she hadn't died because of the experiments, or because we'd abandoned her. Hearing that made me feel like I'd been forgiven a little. A violent sense of self-hatred overcame me again. So he definitely doesn't know that that was Nono's friend, right? Like, he doesn't know the name. We, the audience, know the name, but he doesn't. I'm sorry, Senri Minamiyasawa. She'd been practically tortured here as part of those experiments, and then being caught in the earthquake. Yeah, she was happy. But then I felt something tugging at the edge of my memories. Oh, maybe he does remember. Mina Miyasawa? Hadn't I heard that name somewhere before? But then, where and from who? That means Nono might know things. Huh? But before I could think about it any further, Ito spoke up hesitantly. What? You said that this facility shut down, but that doesn't make sense. There's still people here, right? And there's also that little girl. Yeah, you're right. We followed that little girl down here. If this place was abandoned, what's she doing here? Oh, that... Kunosato closed the file on Senri Minamiyasawa, and her face took on its usual cool, emotionless expression. This place is now being used as an institution to house subjects who encountered trouble during their experiments. Trouble during their experiments? It's an underground prison for patients whose brains were damaged in failed experiments, or who simply went insane. Some are kept locked in cells, and some aren't. Cold chill ran through my body. We didn't close the exit door behind us well, did we? I hope nobody gets out. Yeah, mildly arrogant, super smart genius girl in front of a row of monitors wearing a lab coat explaining things to the people who don't quite understand stuff yet. Yeah, it's got a bit of Steins on it. Yeah. The girl and her squad of, what was it, like 5 to 6 middle-aged to elderly men? Is they down here? But they could have made any of the earlier turns. We seem to be kinda at the end of the line. Fingers crossed. You can't mean, that's not... That's impossible. That's horrible. These people are willing to do anything to achieve their goals. These are the kind of people you're up against. That's why I warned you at the start. Kurosato opened another file. According to this, there's still around 20 people being kept here. She scrolled down the page and a new picture appeared. Oh, wait, that girl! Yeah. She is... What year is this taking place in by now? It's like 2015? So she should be 14? She looks younger than that. Like, she looks like a child, but maybe they messed her up. And I can't read the doctor's scratch. There's definitely text there, but like I can't read it. I can read 1 out of 4, or 1 over 4, 4 over 4. That was the girl we've been following. That's gotta be her, Taku. Her name is Uki Yamazoe. They do have the T-Virus, they must, clearly. Looks like she was originally part of the experiments, too. Huh? This shattering revelation was presented to us as a mere matter of fact. Oh man, that means they were doing experiments on her when she was like 9. Younger. No, 2009. Oh, we don't know when they started doing experiments. She was at the oldest 9 when they started doing invasive brain experiments on her. No part of anything that's happening down here is good, to be fair. To be fair. The shattering revelation was presented to us as a mere matter of fact, as if it was the most ordinary thing imaginable. Totally normal, yep. Serica covered her hand with her mouth. I think that's supposed to be the other way around, and her eyes went wide. Then she had suffered the same fate as Senri Minamiyasawa? Go away, you're dead, yes, thankfully. But if these are records from before, then fortunately she managed to survive all the experiments without losing her sanity, and now she's been given the job of caring for the patients on this floor. Caring for the patients? I thought she was a criminal who'd stolen my smartphone and threatened me. You dropped it behind, dude. While running for, like, your life. She picked it up. I mean, at some point that's not stealing per se, and if it's locked she couldn't find out where you were to return it. I don't know. And what's more, I thought that she was either connected with the killer or maybe that she was the killer herself. But now I wasn't sure. No, stop. Don't let yourself be fooled by her looks or her past. In that situation, she was the only one who could have picked up my phone. And if she was a test subject here, she might have had some kind of power, too. You'd need something like that if you wanted to make a call from a cancelled smartphone. Or, you know, unlock every door in your path. As my mind raced, Kunosato was checking out every bit of data on the machine. Yep, it's fine. But the results of the experiment showed that only 0.01% of subjects were able to manifest a D-sword. The experiments were judged a failure, and it was decided that another course should be pursued. I knew it. Those idiot scientists. She just whips out a D-sword. Kunosato sounded uncharacteristically ticked off as she closed all the folders and turned off the PC. D-sword? That strange word snapped me out of my reverie. It seemed that that was what she was looking for. I looked at her, hoping for some kind of answer, but she just glared back at me with terrifying eyes. Time's up. We're leaving. Huh? If we stay here any longer, they'll find us. But we still haven't found what we're here for. You haven't found what you're here for. I found my stuff. Your plan was terrible to begin with. You don't even know the layout of this facility, do you? She was right. I'd snuck in here as a child, but that was all. I don't remember the details. Then there's no point in even looking. She was right. Damn it, but there must be some way. I looked around the room and saw the rows of monitors. If they were on, they could at least tell us what was going on around the facility. Maybe they could tell us where Uki Inyama Zoe was. What's wrong, Miyashiro? I'm looking for the power source for those monitors. If we can turn them on, then maybe... It's useless. We don't even know if the observation system is even functional. Huh? Suddenly the room was bathed in pale light. All of the monitors on the wall turned on. What? All we could do was gasp. What we thought were security cameras were showing... Hundreds of sumo stickers. Cool. I almost screamed. I was so surprised. Taku, I'm scared. Inside the monitors on the wall was face after sumo sticker face, all looking at me. What was this? What was going on? No, another happy fun time delusion. Huh? Where am I? Hey, don't fall asleep. Kunosato. I wonder if we're like locked on a path and we just picked too many red ones, so we're going red. Honestly, I feel like we had a decent spread of red and blue. Or maybe it's just like these are scripted and these are happening here. I don't know. It feels too early to be like locked into a route to me, but I don't know. Huh? Oh, I was back in the chair. Was this a dream? Which was the dream? These, yeah, they definitely could be just scripted too. Was I dreaming of being in this chair, or had I been dreaming of being in the monitoring room? My head felt really cold. Oh, that's right. It opened my skull. You've got a nice brain, huh? Did I? It's all pink and wriggly and it looks delicious. True, but at the same time, I kind of chalked part of that up to just like being an earlier part of the series. But like maybe that's just, I don't know. Should I be happy about that? Of course. Now then. Time for dinner. Konosato grinned with glee and took something metallic out of her pocket. A spoon? The human brain tastes best when you eat it while still alive. Huh? Who knew? Okay, here I go. Okay. She was eating it. Kunosato was eating my brain. Oh man, I can't stop. Yeah, potions. Yeah. Yeah. I never thought it would feel so good when somebody ate my brain. More, eat me. At least this time we know it's delusions and not literally what happened to somebody. Again, I had another weird delusion. Quickly shook my head and slapped my cheeks to snap me out of it. I don't like these. I feel sick. Serika and Ito looked unhappy because of the sumo stickers displayed on the monitors. I looked at the monitors once more, trying my best to avoid the sumo stickers. Is that the inside of the hospital? Some of the monitors were showing the inside of the hospital, but some were looking somewhere else. Street corners on Shibuya, signs under bridges, alleyways, overpasses, train stations, staircases, store walls. Oh, this is where all the stickers are pointed at. Oh. I don't know. I imagine it's not quite the same without the sound effects. But I got no prediction on that one, Potions. And then I realized all the monitors with sumo stickers are from security cameras outside the hospital. Some of them I knew. That was the spot where Kurusu had been attacked. Of course there were sumo stickers there. I see. So they've been searching. Searching? Remember what the file said? People capable of causing special event variations react strongly to the 11th image. Yeah. Kunosato pointed to a corner on one of the monitors. I quickly looked away before I got a direct look at the sumo sticker. In other words, whoever was using this place put up the 11th Rorschach image all over Shibuya and used these cameras to find people who react to it. Sorry, nose is just garbage tonight. Again, I feel 100% healthy. Nose is just stuffed. I don't feel tired. I don't feel in any way sick. Nose is just like, screw you, Viper. And then they took them here and did those horrible experiments. I swear I don't usually get allergies. I don't know if that's what this is or not. It's not something I normally get. But it is what it is. What did I miss the last one? Oh, just an I remembered what I'd seen happen to Senri and Mina Miyazawa and felt like I was going to throw up again. And then... That was just a cough because of all the nose blowing. That I can do. There we go. And then Kunasato made a sharp noise. She put her hand on one of the monitors to brush away the dust and stared at it. She showed something moving around a dark room. There were no sumo stickers there. It wasn't an image of Shibuya or of the hospital above, so it was probably showing one of the rooms down here. That girl. It was definitely that girl. Hey, it's our first time getting the new JoJo OP. Hopefully it's not long enough that it gets flagged or anything, but whatever. It's a good OP. Also, Atelier, 46 mother flippin' months. Thank you so much.
Hi, Viper.
I'm
How are you
doing good.
today?
I'm gonna give you the warning I give anybody who shows up for the first time during one of the Chaos games. Darkness can happen. They've definitely been describing some fairly graphic scenes. So be warned. That said, welcome. Hope you're having a good time as well. I'm doing good, just, you know, gotta throw out that warning. Just in case, you know. Yeah, including that. Snacks, yes. Yes. Normal snacks.
Tasty.
Excuse me. On the screen, she was saying something to an old person lying on a bed and gently wrapping belts around their arms and legs. Oh, man. Like, I mean, they've already technically covered similar ground to that, but, like, it was the writing of that scene that did it. Like, at this point, they've already done a similar concept in this game, but it was not nearly as graphically written. Not even close. Same with this one. Like, they had the similar scene in the first game. Beirut was... they went detail. They went hard on detail. Even if it's a similar thing, at worst, I'm having more flashbacks to the previous times. Alright, it's almost time for security to come by. That girl was my only clue as to where my smartphone was, which meant that we had to find the room on the monitor. Kunasato suddenly told me that she knew where it was. She'd been so uncooperative so far, I had no idea why she suddenly decided to help. We had to do it, though. We're going to do every route in this game, too. I haven't looked up what routes there might be. I won't until we hit credits. But when she saw the girl, she suddenly said that she'd go with us. I almost didn't even find the B route. Robin looked it up. I thought the game had ended so, like, concretely, I didn't think there was going to be another route to the Chaos Head. But, yeah. Yeah, they put in work on that. Both the original writers and the local... Oh, that was a fan translation! I forgot! We couldn't play... There was no official English translation of the game. We bought the Japanese version and applied a fan translation patch. Hats off for all the grammatical errors they may have made earlier on in that. Holy crap, hats off to those fan translators. 'Cause damn. That, yeah. Of course, I knew her well enough by now. She wasn't helping us. She'd simply taken an interest in that girl. At least that's how I saw it. As we moved down the dim hallway, the temperature dropped and the humidity went up. That
ここだ。
Okay. Relative humidity? I don't think that's what they're talking about. This is it. She stopped in front of a door with strange words on the plate. Confinement Room 3. Kunosato appeared at the... opened the door a little, taking care to make as little noise as possible. I peeked inside. And there I saw a world that I'd only ever seen in movies. There were rows of beds in the room. Yeah, it was absolutely a unique experience, yeah. I look forward to playing the official release when it comes out, but there was no official release. I went to I found a guide on like Reddit of like how to legally acquire the game and then get the fan translation. So I bought the game. I don't remember the site. I could find it, but if you just Google how to buy Chaos Head, it was that site. It was on sale for like $30. I don't remember exactly how much yen, but whatever. And then just applied the fan translation. So like I won't stream a game I haven't purchased, but I couldn't purchase an official English one. It didn't exist. So like it worked. It got the job done. They clearly put in a lot of work on that game, the translation. This is official. Yeah, this is a sequel. Yeah. It was an issue with the person who owned the rights to the engine. It was legal stupidity. It wasn't, they didn't want to, it was legal stupidity. The guy who owned the engine would not allow it to be brought outside of Japan. So it's not, they didn't want to or anything, this was a wholly separate legal tomfoolery. And then there were what appeared to be prisoners lying on them. They had different ages and sexes, some were old, some seemed young. Only getting localized in the remake, yep, where they're going to presumably use a newer engine with it. It's such a stupid thing. Like, I can't fathom why he wouldn't want it. But whatever. Regardless, we're getting the Noah version, which is the better version apparently. Apparently there's a route for every character now, instead of just the main route and the, hey, I hope you want to viscerally read disgusting imagery route. So, correct, yeah, it's not the first time and it won't be the last, but my only worry so far is that it's only been confirmed for Switch. And I really would love to have the full suite of Platinums on the PlayStation Network. If it only comes out on Switch, I'm going to buy it. Straight up, still going to buy it. I want to support them bringing over more of the visual novels. 100%. I will support it blindly, just like any of the Super Robot Wars games. Any of those that come here legally and officially, I will buy it. Just own the wrong things here. One of them I recognized. It was the old lady that girl had been walking with before. Switch apparently does, yeah. Apparently, other than like maybe the Steam store, apparently the Switch store is well known for questionable content games. Even like apparently like the Xbox and PSN don't have many, but Steam, who just embraces it and just goes, we toggle it off by default. You can toggle it on if you say you're this age. Apparently the eShop is just rife with them. Also, one second. I know I keep saying it, I know there's nothing I can do about it, but sorry. Nose is just being stupid tonight. I can appreciate Steam just leaning into it and being like, screw it, cool. 213985717988357. Okay. I do not. This is not something that commonly happens. Like, you guys can tell by the fact that I have to blow my nose like once or twice a stream that like that just happens sometimes. This is out of the ordinary. Maybe I'm coming down with something, but again, I feel fine. Like, I don't feel in any way ill. I don't feel tired. I don't feel, like, drowsy or any of the things that, like, normally precede a cold. I feel fine. Some were screaming, some were counting numbers endlessly. One was a girl who was endlessly chewing her food. It seemed unreal. I remember the woman with the baby carriage I passed before and felt cold sweat forming on my palms. This is... yeah. Severe OCSD, overeating and chewing caused by damage to the hypothalamic area. Hemispatial neglect caused by damage to the cerebral hemisphere. All of them have had their brains messed with. Well, we knew that. Excuse me. It just happens like that sometimes, yeah. But it would have to happen on a heavy reading day, right? The inability of a person to recognize stimuli that occur on either their left or right side, caused by some form of damage to the brain. For example, if a patient with this disability was asked to draw a picture of an analog clock, they would only be able to draw half the numbers. This is because while their eye sees the entire clock, the brain is only able to recognize half of it. A type of eating disorder seen in mental patients refers to the act of endlessly chewing one's food rather than chewing and then swallowing it. I feel like that goes with the name. Frenzied flame bad? Psh, no. I'm going for the frenzied flame ending next. I almost tried for it the first time through, but I never found the fingers. Short for obsessive compulsive spectrum disorders. A spectrum of disorders with obsessive compulsive qualities, such as the compulsion to repeatedly wash one's hands or to wipe away an invisible stain. Disorders such as autism and Asperger's syndrome are also considered part of the spectrum. Then everyone here, they can't be easily disposed of, so they're kept here. Eldon? I mean, I haven't really seen any, like, negative stuff about it, but I haven't gone searching either. Well, like any popular thing, there will be people who hate it on principle because it's popular, and they don't want to like a popular thing. And, to be fair, there will be plenty of people that the game just isn't for them. There are a ton of people who, like, Elden Ring is a phenomenal game. But if you don't like that style of game, you're still not going to like it, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Not everybody has to like Elden Ring. What always gets me is just the people who just hate a popular thing because it's popular. It's like, let people have fun. Stop. That's the big guy in horse. This game sucks. I mean, and again, there are plenty of people who... The stuff I love about Elden Ring would be the same things that someone else would hate about it. And they would hate the game. And that's fine. You don't have to like it. I'd feel bad about somebody who, like... I guess if they got it on Steam, they can get it refunded. But I'd feel bad for somebody who, like, didn't know what type of game it was, just heard everyone talking about it, and they hated it. That would suck. It's a $60 game, but, like... Yeah. Oh, yeah. The concept that there are people who are like, the graphics suck. It's like, first of all, no, they don't. Second of all, if that's the biggest dig you have at the game, then, like... Cool... For a moment, the tone of her voice changed. I mean, there's legitimate criticism brought to the game. The game is not perfect. No game will ever be perfect. Some of the spells are unbalanced, but, like, I legitimately think they intentionally made stuff just stronger than others as, like, basically a difficulty slider. Do you want the game to be a bit easier? Cool. Here's some really strong spells and support for those. And some strong summons. Do you want the game to be harder? Cool. Here's some weaker summons, or don't summon. That's just my take on it. I haven't really sought out anything more. But, like, whatever. Some people, lots of people like it, some people don't. It's life. But it's the salty people who are like, I don't like it because it's popular. It's like, okay. And that's fine. Like, not everyone wants to sit down and play a game where they have to learn to get good. Not everybody is that masochistic. I get it. Most people, I'd argue, when they get a game, they want to sit down and have a relaxing time enjoying a game. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I could see why those people, which is a lot of people, wouldn't like Elden Ring. I feel like there was a pale flame burning somewhere deep within her voice. Oh, not a frenzied flame, but a pale flame. It was a pale flame of rage, not a yellowed flame of madness, which seemed cold at first glance, but it was in fact incredibly hot. Correct, that doesn't mean the game is bad. There's a world of difference between I didn't like this, and this is objectively bad. However, people that make content on YouTube either don't know the difference, or realize that using the latter will 100% get them more clicks. Fishing. Oh man, I gotta catch all this new fish. I really want to do that. You mentioned that the info for them was updated. I'll have to check that out. Sarah tugged at my sleeve and whispered. She pointed at a bed in the back with her other hand. Say. I have not seen that movie, but the movie I saw yesterday with Calico and Afro, which was The Mitchells versus the Machines, they said reminded them kinda of this movie. I really had a good time with The Mitchells versus the Machines. We also, this seems a perfect time to mention this. We watched a movie from 2011 called Contagion, which was a major Hollywood picture with major Hollywood actors about what would happen in the case of a worldwide pandemic. And holy bloody hell, did they predict most of it accurately. It is eerie watching it now because they got so much right. Like, you hear big Hollywood movie about a pandemic, you think like World War Z, you think big explosions everywhere. It was a much more grounded thing, and you could absolutely tell that they had talked to experts at the time who were like, okay, hypothetically, this is what would happen. And like, I'm talking, they were right down to the point of like politicians like trading stocks before it was made public, people bringing up like totally unrelated medication as a viable like cure for it, and people rejecting the vaccines. They like, and like the spread of it, the reaction of it, the speed of it, the impact of it. It was obviously more dramatized because in this movie 1 in 4 people died, which is way bigger than like COVID. But like, and it started in China from a restaurant and specifically contaminated meat from a bat. Like, holy crap. It was just like, it was an okay movie. I wouldn't be like, oh, it's the greatest movie I've ever seen. It wasn't bad either, but it was eye-openingly shocking how much they predicted, which really only shows that like people knew this was a very possible thing. Well, The Simpsons is a different case, because The Simpsons is a shotgun approach. The Simpsons have been going so long, and there's so many jokes per minute per episode. Something's gonna stick. Something's gonna happen right. Hard to stop. There's just been too much of it. Part of it is maybe they predict something. Most of it is just, if you just throw out ideas, something's gonna happen. But they clearly, like, whoever wrote and directed this movie had clearly talked to experts about it. There's no other way to put it. Yeah, you could absolutely tell it was, like, eerily accurate. Like, ooh. But then we lightened the mood with The Mitchells versus the Machines, which is it's an animated movie, but it's animated in a way that almost makes it look 2D, about a family road trip during the robot uprising. In the cute, it's family friendly, it's entertaining, it involves a giant murderous Furby. It's a good time, would recommend. I had a very good time watching it. I could see something moving past what looked like a curtain. I'm sorry, it's a little cramped, but please endure it. When you wake up, we can go for another walk, okay? Oh, this poor girl, though. She also got experimented on and just didn't get messed up as much, and now she has to care for all these people. Oh yes, I'm coming, just wait. Someone appeared from within the curtain. That's her, that's the girl. The girl on the file, Uki Yamazoe, didn't seem to notice us. She moved around from one patient to another, doing her best to take care of them. Yeah, she went from like a potentially scary figure to like, good, she's still sane. Like, I mean, at this rate, I imagine she'd have nowhere to go. Like, I don't think she has anywhere else to go. But also, didn't they mention that she was like appointed to this position? She didn't choose this. She was basically told, you take care of them now. She seems to be doing it with her heart, but like she didn't really have a choice either. I could hear Kunosato whisper, how do I get my phone back from her? I don't know if she'll listen to me if I ask for it, and if she sets off an alarm. I'm getting her out of here. Once she's out, you can ask her whatever you want about your phone. Huh? Took me a moment to figure out what she was saying. But by the time that I did, she'd flung open the door to the room and leapt inside. Uki Yamazone. I literally pronounced the name right like 3 times in a row. Yuki Yamazoe's eyes went wide at the sudden intruder. Orianche is always lurking right around the corner. Kunosato grabbed her hand. Who are you? She's right. Yeah, she had more notes on her. Oh, we didn't see anyone else's, but still. All the patients started to scream, afraid of this sudden commotion. Everyone, please calm down. It's all right. Yamazoe looked around the room and tried her best to calm the people there, even as Kunosato held onto her arm. Just come with me. Notice they saying maybe, yeah. Maybe it just means she was really good, but not quite S tier. Security will see us. Hurry up. Who are you? What's going on? I'm setting you free from this place. Just varying levels of set. Maybe, yeah. No, don't stop. The girl named Uki Yamazoe went pale and tried to free herself from Kunosato's grasp. And get the D sword. Yeah, close. Oh, maybe it's reverse rankings. Maybe D is the highest rank because it means a D sword. So maybe she's actually fairly low rank. She was completely in a panic. This doesn't seem smart, but Kunosato doesn't seem one to have people say... She doesn't seem like one to change her plan because other people say it's not a good idea. Kunosato must have decided that there was nothing to be gained by talking because she quickly moved around behind her and put her arm on the girl's carotid artery. Oh. Then she applied a very light pressure. Wow. Yuki Yamazoe moaned for just an instant and then she slumped backwards into Kunosato's arms. A freaking Vulcan nerve pinch. Alright. Alright. Cool. Yeah, she still seems to like to choke people, doesn't she? Yeah. Yes, but like also that was a hallucination. We don't have, other than her proclivities to choke people who don't listen to her, we haven't seen her do anything that leads me to believe she'd do that. But understandable. She seemed to have passed out.
Boy.
Yeah, I definitely don't think she's any type of mastermind behind this at this rate. But she's not a likable person. Hey. Yes? Time's up. Get separated from me and I leave you. What happens after that, I don't care. Huh? If you don't want to end up like these guys, follow me. She doesn't... If she's somehow behind this in any way, it is super weird for her to be working with the police and risking her health to get into this place to find information about what they were doing here. The more we find out about her, the less I like her, but the more I'm convinced she's not behind any of this. She's clearly involved in the sense of trying to find out, but I don't think she's involved in the sense of participating. It would be super weird for her to be doing both of those if she was actually, like, involved. She put the unconscious girl on her back, and then ran outside of the room without bothering to wait for us. True, that's fair. Well, if she knows that the people with psychic powers are either have been experimented on or have been targeted, she would be very suspicious of somebody who seems to have some amount of knowledge of we're going to die. That's fair too, Ark, that's fair. And you're right, you never know. She could easily just be lying about any of this. We know this place is dangerous because she's told us it is. It's clearly some amount of scary, but like, we only know it's life-threatening because she said it was. She could be lying. This is all fair. I was stunned at her speed, but there was no time for hesitating. Onoe, Ito. I motioned to Serika and Ito and ran out into the hallway. Gotta go fast. We followed after Kunosato as fast as we could. Just like she said, if we got lost here, we'd be caught for sure, and who knew what would happen to us then? It's true, Wesker would do it. Helped slightly by the T-Virus, but yeah. I didn't know who was doing these experiments or why, but their victims were suffering horrible fates. As I ran, it felt like their screams of rage were following me. We actually made it out of the hospital. I can't go on anymore. I can't move. We followed Kunosato as fast as we could, and then made it outside the hospital via a different route than before. Kunosato was sweating like a racehorse, and her breathing was heavy, but she never let her guard down for a second. What would Wesker do? Anything. There's nothing Wesker wouldn't do, is the problem. Yeah, they did. The answer is almost always yes. Instead, she seemed to be looking around intently. We're at the back of the hospital. This seemed like the exit where they moved corpses from the morgue to the hearse. For that reason, there was a fence surrounding us that kept us hidden. Kunosato had evidently taken this fence into account in her escape plans from the start. What do we do now? I was too out of breath to speak, so Serika spoke for me. The underground facility's probably in an uproar now. They'll find us soon. If you don't want to die, move. Let's go. We were almost at the rear gate to the hospital. She started to run towards it. We followed her with the last of our strength. There was a guard station there, but inside there were only two men, asleep, heads pointed at the ceiling. Oh cool, you didn't even have to toss a coin to distract them. The sleeping drug I used doesn't last that long. If we don't hurry, they'll wake up. Wow. I frantically made my way through the guard station, and finally got past the hospital's outer walls. She really did have to work drastically harder to get down there than we did, didn't they? We just went, oh, the door's open. Oh, that door's open. That door's open. That door's open. Oh. She had to use like sleeping drugs and stealth in and find the whole security tapes and steal a card. I don't know what you're talking about, Ramen. I would never do that. Unless I started doing that and then got spotted by someone. So, you know. I literally on the drive home yesterday, I was telling Calico and Afro about that exact moment. About how I ended up just like with half the entire guards of a map in the ocean because they just kept spotting me. And how I got muted for 10 minutes of it. So it was just silent dragging bodies for 10 minutes. I frantically made my way through the guard station and finally got past the hospital's outer walls. Once you're outside the walls, you're fine. We ran a little longer and found a van parked in a secluded spot. What's going on, Mia? Looks like you've got a crowd with you. A broad-shouldered woman looked up at us from the driver's seat. It was hard to tell how old she was. Her attitude and bearing made her look like an older person, but the mischievous grin on her face made her seem younger. So, did you find what we needed? Yeah, even after all those victims you created, the experiment failed to complete the theory. I see. They found no reliable way to cause the D-swords to manifest, so the Gigalomaniac experiments were deemed a failure. Well, that's just what we suspected. Gigolo? What? And what was a D-sword? Didn't she say something about that in the monitoring room? I did find an important source of information, though. The smartest person in the whole series? I don't know about whole series, but in Chaos. Kunasato opened the rear door and laid Uki Yamazoe in the back seat. Was attacking turrets of Baby T-Rex with a big noggin? Yep. I'm glad you ended up getting the game, especially on sale. Like, the story that you follow is okay. Like, it's not very... You're not there for the story. At some point, like, it just kind of breadcrumbs you towards stuff you might need. And at some point I just go, I want to look at planets. So I just started looking at planets and never turned back. And that's cool. And I've got bases on like a dozen planets that I can return to at any point. It's just fun. Every time I sit down with No Man's Sky, I have a good time. There's just long windows where I'm just playing other games. But like, I've never sat down and not just enjoyed flying around. Her? I think she's a survivor of the experiments. I want to take her with us. As they found out about a plot to mind control via natural electromagnetic wave patterns, bedrock, and earthquakes. Okay, that's fair. But did she create time travel with store-bought equipment? Like, did she find out how to compress somebody's entire memory into the space of, like, a small text message? That's, well, whatever. She can stay with us for a while. Thanks. Kunasato hadn't even dropped her attitude for Detective Shinjo, but now she was being polite. Just who was this woman? And who are these people? Your friends? No, of course not. You don't have friends. I'll decide later if they're good for anything. If you can just take them to my place. She seemed to be referring to us, but what did she mean by good? She was as arrogant as ever, and like usual, she was pissing me off. Oh man, if they go to her place, I wonder if they're gonna find out her radio broadcast. Roger. Everyone get in, hurry. Her voice got a little sharper as she pointed to the middle seat at the back of the van. We could hear what sounded like a lot of yelling from the direction of the hospital. Not her place. I'm sure it's just a normal everyday place, right? We quickly jumped inside and closed the door. Kunasato got in the front passenger seat. The van started quietly and headed off into the night. Not after those delusions. Again, they were just delusions. If anything, I'm sure her place is just going to resemble the room that almost made a butler go mad because it was so messy. This is it. Come in. Yeah, she can't be as bad as Maho. Exactly. She can't, but... why are you staring? Get moving. Excuse me? Oh, that's not too bad. It's not exactly... It's not nice to stare at people's homes. Home? Is this your... That's right. Is there a problem? It's just, I mean... The outside wasn't much better, but looking inside it was hard to believe that there were still apartments this dumpy in Shibuya. The same was true of everything else in the room. Everything in the apartment was the cheapest kind you could buy. The only thing that was worth anything was the computer. Oh, no need to call me out like this game. Huh? What is it? They pushed Ito out of the way and ran over to the computer. The monitor was still on. Don't you know how rude that is? Look at other people's computers like that. And the page there was one I'd seen many times. Shibuya News. And it wasn't the display version of the page that we'd seen so many times. The page was in the process of being edited. No way. Are you Kay? It says news potions. It says Shibuya News. So that was it. I thought I'd heard her voice somewhere before. Her voice was just too different from the gentle Kay that we were used to hearing. But that voice was without a doubt Kay's. What? No way, seriously? You mean you're Kay from Shibuya News? Ito was pretty excited too, it seemed. Of course he was. Kay was someone we both admired. She was the ultimate right-sider. Since even I admitted it, she had to be at the top of her class. I say she's okay, so she must be good. I never thought I'd be able to meet her like this, though. But can't say I'd ever imagined Kay having a weird personality like this. Kunasato, the girl who'd been insulting us the whole evening, was the same person as the gentle Kay that we knew from Shibuya News. Okay. Which was the real one? I didn't know. Well, let's see. The person that you're actually talking and interacting with, or an internet persona. Which is the real one?
Hey.
It's a mystery to everyone. Which is her real self? And why had Kay brought us to her room? I thought I'd remember her saying she decided she could use us later, if she could use us later. No, she said she decided if you were good. Oh, we have a choice. We have a choice. This will be our final one of the night, too. This may be our final scene of the night. And per usual, I gotta blow my nose, but what are we going with? That's the problem. We've seen how intense some of the red ones can get, but we've seen how intense some of the blue ones can get, too. The problem is that ties us. Because we know Sora would be blue. So we got red, red, blue. Oh! That breaks the tie. Alright. I looked over and saw something strange in the corner of the room. The best way to describe it would be to call it a sword. Oh. Oh. But I wasn't sure if most people who saw it would think that. Its design was complicated and frankly unrealistic. For some reason, looking at it made me feel uneasy. This is, I mean, we can still change it at this point. Like, I'm going with red because that's what we voted on, but like, this is before the delusion. This is a set thing. You have some time to basically choose. I always just choose immediately, though. It made me feel really bad, actually. What was that? If someone told me it was for cosplay, I'd probably believe them. If nothing else, it didn't match the image I had of the person in front of me. Not the Kay I knew from Shibuya News, or the Kunasato who'd been swearing at me the whole night. Did she maybe have a third identity? Maybe she was a famous cosplayer. Or maybe she was a toy artisan who made life-size weapons? Maybe she was an otaku who collected swords like this. Either way, it felt like a bad idea to mention it. Best to just ignore it. Best to pretend I never saw it. Miyashiro.
Eh?
Huh? Are you interested in that sword? Kunasato brought it up, and I was trying my hardest to ignore it. No, not really. I tried my best to laugh and avoid looking at it. Come on, don't make me talk about this with you. I just knew it was going to end badly. But Kunasato took up the blade with a calm look on her face. She swung it around and assumed a fighting stance. Her moves were graceful and beautiful. For a moment, I fell in love. This sword was the perfect weapon for her. I didn't know why, but that's how it seemed. She swung the sword right in front of my eyes. I could hear the sound of it cutting through the wind. The wind? No. I could see some of my bangs falling to the ground. It was incredibly sharp. If it touched me, it would slice me in half. It would tear me apart. I gulped. I brought you here. I brought you here for a reason. To keep you from talking. Huh? I am Mio Kunasato, a super agent working with the Japanese Cabinet's Special Investigation Team. My codename is Azure Swordsman. If only she had a spear, then she could be the Azure Dragoon. You've learned too much about the secret project going on in Shibuya right now. Therefore, I cannot let you live. Forgive me. Huh? Kunosato took a step forward, moving as if she were about to begin a dance. It only took an instant. Taku? Me? Well, a spurt of blood burst from Sarika's chest, and she fell over. Oh no way! What? What just happened? I hadn't even seen Kunosato swing her sword. None of you will be allowed to leave here alive. Don't blame me, blame your fate. No, don't do it! Yeah, never crossed the super agent. Ito screamed and fell, blood pouring from his chest. I still couldn't see it. The sword moved so fast. This was the power of the super agent, the Azure Swordsman. Kunosato turned towards me. I only had a few seconds left to live, but for some reason, as she held the blade that killed Sarika and Ito, Kunosato seemed so beautiful. What you're seeing isn't real. This whole world is an error. Those are the last things that Kunosato said to me. Then everything went black. Maybe it was some small mercy of hers that I didn't feel any pain. Huh? Wait, what? Immediately, like, tonal shift. You're in your last year of high school. What the hell are you thinking? Sure, any Japanese boy who grew up on manga could fantasize about something like that, but it was all tropes and cliches. If it had gotten launched in a magazine, it would have been cancelled after 10 weeks. I blame the sword that was just sitting there in the corner. Any boy who saw that sword would remember his dark history. Anyway, this was no time to be thinking about that sword. Okay, I'm seriously a fan of yours. Just listening to your voice makes me feel better. I don't care. As I sat there fantasizing, Kunosato was tearing apart Ito's hopes and dreams. Again, she was choking his hopes and dreams. He was having a bad time. More importantly, you. Huh? You, Takeru Miyashiro. Stop acting so bewildered all the time. Right. What is it? Crap, she was really scary. Was the K that I'd loved only an image I'd created for myself? Yes. 100% yes. And was this girl who she really was? Yes! Yes! Kunosato stood by the wall and glared at me, oblivious to how I felt. That's the funny thing about you being unable to communicate thoughts and feelings to other people. People can't read your mind. Of course you'll be able to... What is your power?
Huh?
Doors tend to unlock around me. It was so sudden that I didn't know what had been asked. Power? Who, me? I told you before, right? That facility was heavily guarded. It wasn't the kind of place an amateur could get inside that easily. I just got lucky. A lot of coincidences happened, and that's how I got inside. Don't hide it. You're using your power to do it. You're wrong. I mean, she might be right, but he's not consciously doing it. Yeah, he's the master of unlocking. Absolutely. It's the same thing with the way the observation monitor's turned on. What was she talking about? I didn't have any kind of powers. And wait, Kay, I respected you, so try not to disappoint me so much. Oh. I respected the fictional persona that you put on, so don't go hurting me, because I respect you too much. What evidence do you have for that, anyway? When I saw you down there, I figured that either you or he had to be a psychic. Kunosato pointed to me and Ito in turn. Why not Sarika, huh? Me too. Yeah, but you didn't show any signs of a response after that, so I eliminated you. Response? When you saw the 11th Rorschach. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Kunosato's deep dark eyes were peering into me. But Takeru Miyashiro, when you saw that image, you reacted violently. No, I mean, that picture's really creepy, right? Of course I did. The way you reacted was different. How did you feel when you saw it? Tell me. Well, I had a flash of you eating my brain out with a spoon. Ugh. The feeling I'd experienced when I'd seen the sumo sticker image came back to me. When I looked at it, all the hairs on my body stood on end, and I was attacked by nightmarish delusions from which there was no escape. The game's just like, figuring out potions. It was so scary, I couldn't help but look away from it. Alright, want to look at it again to prove your innocence? No thanks. Kunosato turned towards the computer and opened up a folder. She watched my face carefully as she moved to click on an image inside the folder. No, please stop. I slowly sank to the floor and sat down, sweat pouring from my body. I looked away from the computer. I don't have the courage to look at that image right now. Enough of this! Serika interrupted with a yell. It was the first time in ages I'd heard her yell. I looked up to see her standing between me and Kunosato with her hands on her hips. What do you think you're doing? Are you seriously talking to Taku about psychics? Like this is an anime or something? You're insane. What? Taku's seen those stickers at places where people have been killed. Of course they make him sick. When I remember what happened at the Love Hotel, I feel like throwing up too. If something that stupid is your proof, that makes me a psychic too, doesn't it? No, you're not a psychic. How did she know right off the bat? Like, she narrowed it down to 2 right off the bat. Why? Serika pushed harder. When she thought I was in trouble, sometimes she would turn into a totally different person. She would try to protect me in a different way than Kurusu. Yeah, she did. Which is also weird. Made me happy and it made me feel better, but... Onoe, thanks, but can you cool it for a little? No! What? But... Just back off for a bit. Thanks, really. There's no way I had any kind of psychic power, but I'd already suspected that powers like that were involved in this case somehow, so I wanted to hear what Kunosato had to say. Kunosato looked at me for a moment questioningly and then sighed. Then she took out her phone and made a call. The person on the phone didn't seem very happy about it, but they eventually gave their approval. Excuse me. She nodded and hung up the phone, then spoke. We're leaving again. Well, this time you won't be in any danger. Don't worry. Well, it's awfully late for you to be visiting, but there's still time before we close, so enjoy and relax. And this is where we're going to save it, because it's close enough to time and we ain't going to get another scene change, so it's here. This is an established character. She is the girl who runs this cafe. Weird thing, that girl... Like, we don't know much about her besides she runs this cafe and she's shown up a few times, but... It's on the cover of the Chaos Head dating sim game OST. Oh. Okay, there is a Chaos Child dating sim game, by the way. Whenever I set up for streaming, when I type in Chaos Head, or Chaos, it does, there's one for this one too. So that exists. Clearly not localized, but I hope so, Sor. I hope so. We'll see. They're definitely hitting certain bits of the music, and I forgot to hit record again, so that's bad news. If it decides to mute a bit of it, it'll just be muted. Yeah. Maybe it'll just mute that one scene, Sor. Maybe it'll just mute that one blue delusion we did tonight. Yeah. Yeah, we got ourselves a monster, quote, a Discord, and it's gotta be that one right now. But yeah, tomorrow is Chrono Cross starting at 6. Thursday is me and Potions in Returnal again. I don't know what Friday's gonna be yet. I'm leaning Chrono Cross, but like I'm not positive yet. Time will tell. We'll see how I feel. We'll see. I don't have any plans for Sunday this week, so we will be doing this on Sunday. Chaos Child. Yeah. Have the Taku. So yeah, I need to do that. I need to do that probably right now before it rotates out, because it's going to, and I don't want to miss it. I can always do it from the VOD, but like I have it marked on, or I can always do it from YouTube, but I've got the VOD marked, so it's easier. Yeah, 2 months fine. Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's anything YouTube would censor me over, but we put Endwalker over it anyway. So like, we've legitimately seen and uploaded worse, like for real. That's fine. No pistols, clearly. No pistols, only shotguns and everything else. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. We got 2 big heckin'. Where did my thing go? Yeah. We had Grim dropping 53 months and Atelier dropping 46 months for resubscriptions. Huge shout outs to them. And of course, everybody in chat making it through this tonight. And it's another ending scene without music because that's just how we do, damn it. Why have music when you can have awkward scenes? Counter everything. It is an experience. Oh boy. Can't wait to see how much more experience they're going to be, too. Yep. But I like how there's inherently, like, likable characters. Whereas, like, Chaos Head had one good character, and even then, it was kind of just by default. She wasn't even great. She was just not awful. This has characters that, like, I don't like Taku a ton, but I get it more. Unlike first Taku, it's like, I get it. And he has friends, and he has people around him, and everybody's got flaws, but they're not inherently bad people, except unless somebody ends up being the murderer, then, you know. Chaos Head's appeal wasn't liking anyone, yeah. Well, yeah, like, I want to root for Taku and be like, I hope him and Nono, I hope I hope they get to be family again and like are happy. I hope he continues his friendship with his clearly womanizing friend, because all Chaos games have to have a womanizing friend. Even though I feel like he just thinks he's a womanizing friend, but he's actually not. Like, he's clearly like not actually that, but he just has that, like, he clearly knows all the girls. Maybe he's just a stalker type. It's more it. But like, it's correct, Potions. It's not. It's absolutely not. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we got for tonight. We're set for tomorrow and Thursday. Friday's up in the air. Saturday's up in the air. Sunday's still. But yeah. Remember this. It's very important. I am enjoying this game. It is unlikely to top Steins Gate for me personally, but I played Steins Gate at the perfect time for me, for it to leave a really emotional impact. So it's not that I think any one or the other is a better game, but it would be hard for this one to top that. Not impossible. Not impossible, and that's just a personal thing. Yeah, Steins Gate 0 hit you really hard. Steins Gate 1 hit me really hard, so... I mean, Potions, have you seen some of the quotes we have here? It's always the worst ones. Those are the ones that get picked, because they're the worst ones. Well, yeah. That's what we got for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper for Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.